Oh, Benny, yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, that could have been a good room, but that guy Johnny, he was just there to preach, and they weren't liking the sermon I was giving. Now, all I was doing, right, if they reflect on it, right, they ask a question, I just defend my position. That's all, and I was reasonably okay. Oh, okay, thanks, mate. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, so I just knew that it was going to be one of those situations. Yeah, but see, I'd achieved the cognitive dissonance event, and I sort of told, I told them in the process. So, big seed planted, big seed planted. It's up to them if they want to come and resolve the seed. But what they were doing is they were repurposing things, they were making statements as if they were a given fact, and they wouldn't allow a challenge against their position. They're quite happy to challenge me, and then I explain my position. But when it comes to me challenging them, their positions or points on their position, they didn't want to deal with that. So I just thought I'd crank it up a bit. And I'm not sure, I'm still not sure whether that's the wise thing to do, whether I should manage that or not. Yeah. Because here's what happens, right? In the group, right, because they're all got faulty ideas that my idea challenges, or the majority of them. So the mob forms. Yeah, that's right. So the mob forms, and it's really not much of a fight for them, because that's why it's Rob's house, Rob's rules. Because if I get them into that scenario, I can force them to substantiate their claim. Whereas in their room, I don't have that much control to do it. All I can do is try and, use some intellectual means of sort of trying to. Yeah, that's right. If you don't have control of the room, you then are at the mercy of them making globalized accusations that are then supported by the group, because the group want to win the debate, but there's no effort to actually analyze, was that statement that's made actually correct, or what is it founded on? And particularly in the religious debate, ultimately they have to say the book said so, and I've decided to believe the book, because that's all they can say about God and Angel Gabriel, and the nth degree. All right, thanks, dude. Yeah, Bulldog, what do you want? What do you want, Bulldog? Hey, Benny, we're not. Oh, we are live. Okay, I'm gonna kick out Bulldog. I'll just deal with Toasty at the moment. Toasty, hello, speak.
Rob.
Yeah. Now, Rob's house, Rob's rules. You bullshit me, or muck around with me, or don't give me a decent, honest answer, and I'm going to call it, right? Well, I might ask Benny, but I mean, I'm pretty confident in my own skin. Benny usually confirms, so I'll check with him. If you think I'm wrong, but even beyond that, I'll still fucking kick you out.
Well, that sounds fair.
Well, yeah, mate. Yeah, it's the school tribe. Fuck off. Fuck off. Now, see, Benny, you see how important it is to have the control. Now, we're not unreasonable people here, contrary to what's been cast out by all these lying assholes. You'll have a voice as long as you keep it true. I'll pull you up if I think that there's something that you make a broad statement. I want to know where's your fucking evidence, and you'd be required to give it. And if you have to stop for the day and it takes you 10 years, you know, I want the evidence for your
Okay,
claim.
well, yeah.
Go ahead, speak your mind.
I haven't. Well, I mean, I haven't
Hang
got.
on, wait a minute. I need to tell you one other thing. If you attempt to frame the alternate, you know, the troll school position, right? I'm in two minds. One of two things will happen. I'll just kick you out, or I'll call you to account when I hear it. Go.
When you say go, I mean, I don't understand. Like, it's like you expect me to have some sort of diatribe ready for you.
No, it's not that. I mean, you're here for a reason. You've got some questions or something, I'm sure. If you haven't, then just go. You're not here for no reason.
Well, I've seen the little blue link, Rob. I've clicked the link. I've come in. A little bit of socialising.
That's bullshit. So bullshit warning number one.
Is that a yellow card, Rob? Is it?
Yeah, it's like that. Way you go, mate. Anyway, anything you want to talk about specifically?
Nothing in specific, no.
No, just shooting the breeze.
Shooting the breeze. Shooting the shit, as they say.
Yeah, well, I've been persecuted, and, you know, in real terms, persecuted by these little assholes, in, you know, real physical terms, and I suppose you could say mentally, but I'm fine mentally. That's all bullshit. It's just that people don't get this enlightened phenomena, and I think it's all bullshit. Well, guess what? It ain't.
Well, with the greatest of respect, that does come across as sounding a little bit egotistical when you say things like that.
Well, that's you pushing their party line. It sounds to you folks. Now you got to remember that 90%, or no, probably 95. What do you reckon, Benny? About 90, probably 99% of folks on the planet are in what you would call an ego. What did you say? 98%. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, I'd go on with that. So, are in what you could call, well, they have an ego mind to some degree of sorts, right? They're not what you call classically enlightened. Yeah.
Explain to me what your definition of classically enlightened, Rob.
Yeah. So, in the human form, there are two survival. So, in the human, male, female doesn't matter. See, us enlightened folks, you know, like Benny just put a 2 on the ball, and I know exactly what he means. He said, "Tell the two wool story." Well, I think that's what it meant, Benny. Oh, well, he was, yeah. No? Oh, okay. What? Go on. Okay. No, the 2 was probably relating to the fact that I was talking about 2 survival instincts. So I've worked out. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Benny. But hey, that's still a 2 wool story. So there's 2 survival instincts in humans. That's just the way we are. Whether you fucking like it or not, nothing. You can't change that shit. You can't. You can't. They're not like 2 organs that you could hunt down and you know throw out. It's just whatever an instinct is. And I don't give a shit. But I just know that definitely there's 2 survival instincts. One's about survival of the self. The other's about survival of the herd. What happens through life as a person? So we're born perfect, so that religious shit about us being born in sin is a load of bullshit. We're born perfect. As we go through life, we have experience and circumstances, and the self will store up memories about those experiences, and the memories that are faulty, so in other words, they don't match reality, are the problem. If you've got a memory in mind that's matches reality, there is fucking no problem. But a lot of folks don't know how to understand what reality means and what it is. They're not complex. They're not complex things that I'm talking about, but because people have an ego identity, that ego identity wants to persist. This faulty ego identity. It doesn't want to go anywhere. That's by design. So they get this bag full of faulty ideas about the self. Now that's what I call the ego. And then what people do, right, because they have the other instinct inside, and the other instinct's about truth, the self instinct is about lies, or is the home of lies. What they do is they go through life, they try and work shit out, right? They try and find meaning. And all that resolves to is just identifying the things that you've done based on selfish behaviours, on wrong thinking, accepting that you are the person responsible, fixing that bloody problem, and then I don't know who Gus is. Benny, Gus, stay or go?
A Nadia person? I am not a Nadia person. I beg your pardon.
That's where we know, or Benny knows you from.
And you do, you do so know who I am, young Master Beasley. You and I have spoken before.
I do now that you're speaking, and now that I can remember the icon. It's been some interesting days we've been having. So Gus, if you don't mind, I just want to finish up an explanation to Toaster Grow, and then you can have a...
Oh, I know you, Rob. You're all about the explanations. Let me sit down and have a drink here.
Well, you got to justify them. You know, if you're going to make a fucking claim in Rob's house, you've got to justify it. Now, so you can't make blanket statements as if they were true. You can't come into this house and say gods are real. I want an explanation of why you think that's so.
Whose house is this? I thought it was Benny's house.
No. Well, we're running a team. I've got the control. I got the control, so it's my house. Benny sold it to me.
For one dingo.
Yeah, one dingo.
One dingo.
One dingo, yeah. One dingo pup. Now, so Toaster Grow, right? So through life, right, that you create this notional idea of the self based on faulty ideas that really, in real terms, have no basis in reality, right? That's an important statement. So that's got to be a clear statement for something to be to be determined as ego. So then what happens in life, you look for meaning and you start to understand or know thyself, sort of shit goes on. And what happens is that you look back with a clearer understanding, you accept the errors of the self that came from these faulty ideas, accept them for what they are, and you replace that faulty idea with the true idea. And basically that is the enlightenment condition, because what happens at that point, the self is no longer followed, you know, the bad wolf. You're not feeding the bad wolf. You now are feeding the good wolf full time. So and because there's no ego...
You fed the bad wolf to the good wolf.
No, don't be silly. I'm trying to give you the definitive explanation of enlightenment. It's quite an important concept for people. And, you know, globally, if people understood this shit, you know, we wouldn't have half the crap that goes on in the world. So anyway, the good wolf is the place where authentic love, authentic joy, truth, it's all about the community, you know, the others, right? So then, therefore, from that point forward, you should have good relationships with family, friends, you know. You become that good person that says, oh, he's a good fella, that sort of type of person. And the big payoff is you lose the fear of death, because that's the big thing that the ego tosses and turns about. Because the ego identity wants the self to survive, it's all about the self and the survival of the self. It doesn't want the self to die. ever.
Well, I mean, I'm not frightened to death. I've had to confront it. I've seen it many times in my life. I think it's the only given. It's the only given in life is that it's going to end. Why fear it?
Yeah. Well, from the enlightened perspective, right, you understand, well, it's a funny thing, actually. Benny, you don't fear death, do you? The answer will be no. What? You don't fear death. No, that's right. No, because. No, I don't need the because. Yeah, enlightened. But that's a true statement. I mean, if you go to any really, go to a person you regard as almost saintly, a really good person, like my dad, right? He's a champion fella, and my father-in-law, he's another one, and my wife. And so I tested the theory, and each one, and the trick is they don't hesitate. There's not a moment's hesitation. And they say no, and then they move on. You know, they don't linger on the thought at all. Because that's the other aspect. They live in the moment. They're ever present. And that's one of the other positive outcomes of successfully understanding spirituality. Anyway, that's my definition. Well, that's actually reality. You guys can wrestle with it for the rest of your life if you like, but not me. Way you go, Toasty or Gus. You can have a chat away.
Well, I'm enlightened as well then, Rob.
Not judging by your behaviours, no.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm going to say I'm enlightened.
Well, what is enlightenment anyway?
I just explained it. Living in the moment, in the now, not afraid of death.
That's
Feeding the good. It
That's
is
not
so.
And
Yes,
your two wolf thing is as tired as an old soldier, man. You got to put that to bed.
Okay, now you made a generalized generalized statement. Now I want you to support it with your rational explanation of why you hold that position. So hang on, let's read the two wolf story. Keep it very specific.
Here we go. Here we go. Here comes the two wolf story.
Here we go. Well, hang on, mate. You made the claim that it's crap. So
I know. I said it was tired. I didn't say it was crap. But carry on. Carry on.
Oh well, hang on. I could accept that. So because I understand that you've still got an ego, so I understand why you don't want to hear it.
I know. That's another thing you like to toss around. You like to tell people that maybe aren't quite receptive to everything you have to say that it's because they have an ego.
Well, let's explore this and see if I'm right. So here it is. Here's the saying. An old Cherokee told his grandson, there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. So it's a dichotomy. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. And the other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. The boy thought about it and asked, Grandfather, which wolf wins? And the old man quietly replied, the one you feed. What's the problem? Now, do you accept that that's true?
I accept that I accept that you've told a story.
No, that's not the question.
That's the answer. That's the answer you're getting.
No.
That's the answer you're getting. Buddy,
No.
you don't tell me how to ask. I don't tell you how to ask the questions. You don't tell me how to answer them.
See you later. See, here's the problem, Benny. Now, Benny, now you're getting me. Because, see, they force me into working hard. I don't think I have to work hard anymore. I've done all, because I've had to work hard for a long, long time. A lot of, arguing and blah, 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 blah. Well, now I know when I'm wasting my time. So I just cut it off. Boom, gone. It might not be a successful strategy, but it's interesting, you know, interesting. Now the trolls, I told them, right, to watch the moods. I'm expecting their moods to kick in. I don't know when, but it's unavoidable. So what that's about, right? I put the put the seeds in place, right? So they've got the false and true state in mind, and they can't take it out of mind. So if they stubbornly hold on to their ego position, it doesn't bloody matter. It just means that they're prolonging the agony. Well, they regard it as agony. It's actually quite a simple affair. All you got to do is be authentically honest. Problem solved almost immediately. But these idiots resist that, you know, because they don't want to show up that they've been lying. That's the ego. The ego doesn't want to be exposed. So I've done that to all those clients. So oh, okay, yeah, fair comment. But you know what'll happen? Because I could already tell in that guy's attitude, he just would have dropped out of the thing. So I thought I'd get him first. Are you going to go invite some more? Yay. Yeah. No, we're helping people. We're the good shepherds. And that's a fact, mate. If they just pay attention, they could benefit. I don't know how I'll hear you or whatever, or maybe just use the side chat and that. But I'll be in and out for a bit.
Okay. Who else is in this conversation? Robert. Hey, man.
Hey Rob,
Dan, how are you, mate?
doing good. Just stopping in to say hi because I'm gonna be going up the road for dinner here.
Oh, good. Good one.
So,
Enjoy.
yeah, but it's gonna be a very short dinner. It's only gonna take about an hour, and then I'll be back.
Oh, all right. Well, no, take your time. Enjoy the meal. It's good to go out and have a dinner.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Any,
It's one of these places where all the food is organic. Like they don't order anything. It's all made on site.
oh, brilliant, brilliant. Should be very enjoyable. Half your luck. Wish I was there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I thought last night's hangout was successful, so I wanted to stop in before I took off here. And how long do you plan to do this one today? Then for a while?
Oh, I think so. It's up to Benny because I still can't make hangouts. So if he's got to go, then we'll just drop it, and when you get back, you can create one or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully, yeah. Benny's saying he'll keep it going for about 5 or 6 hours, is what he's saying.
Yeah, we've kicked some ass, big time ass this morning. So
Yeah, I kind of see. I passed out, and then was that in my hangout where he kicked some ass in, or Benny's?
uh, well, I think it was someone else's Benny, wasn't it? Johnny's. Yeah, religious dude
Okay.
upset the apple cart in there, and genuinely in the right because. But of course, they repurpose everything in their fucking minds. These guys, with egos. What happened was I was explaining a point or answering a question, and it was going on. But in that dynamic, I'm actually putting out ideas to confront their beliefs. So then the mob forms, and when that happens, you're usually wasting your bloody time. So I just fired it up a bit to give them something to think about.
Yeah, Rob, Benny's saying that they actually cut the broadcast and went off air so they could shout at you.
Yeah, well, I'm getting a pack of angry ants that's growing. But, hang on, what did you say? They went off air so they could shout at him. That Jeffrey guy from Ireland. Oh, yeah, yeah. Getting international reputation. Yeah, that's right. The guy was muting me, but I was cutting over him, but he was equally cutting over. And that's why Rob's rules are better, because everyone gets to speak as long as they stick to some very basics. And it was the same old issue, right? What you had is you had guys making generalised statements, and they didn't want to be held to account for that. What's your evidence for that claim? Yet, when they ask you a question, you've got to provide evidence. Do you understand?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I know the form, I know the behaviours, and I know how to stir them up a bit. Oh dear. Funny people. And I got Stizo this morning, ran into him, and I've lined him up, but he's running like a real coward. I invited him into this hangout to have it out. And as soon as I said, he ran away. And then I had Chaz, and I told him I was capturing the chat stream of the comments, and wanted to take that up with him, because basically both of them make a diagnosis of a mental condition and push it out as true. And what I do is I just say, well, hang on, how I just explore that. How are you qualified? And what that does is it exposes the lie. So gradually you find plenty of places where you can expose the lie with them. So Rob's House, Rob's Rules, they've got to actually come in and account for the positions that they broadcast. That seems to be one of the fundamental problems. This broadcasting of notional ideas as if they're actually real and resisting any challenge. And it makes sense to me, ideologically, because that's the ego mind at work. The ego mind is always building its own reality so it's pushing outwards rather than taking the real reality inwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And because there's a disconnect, it has to be a lie. It can't be any other way. So I'm ready for Chaz when I'm ready, but not at his thing. So I'm ready to rock and roll with him. I'm ready with Bulldog. Well, he's in process. Sty, I'm ready for Sty. So what I expect might happen now, though, is that because part of the ego nature is that if it can't win the fight, it just runs away. So we might see a mass exodus, but shit happens. It might not be good for your fun, guys, but the seeds have been sown, right? These guys have got no way of escaping, because like I keep trying to remind them, an idea that's held in mind doesn't disappear. It simply doesn't.
Well, I just like how you like to get to the bottom of it all. So that's what I like about your approach.
Well, that goes back to writing the book, and it's probably relates to your work in history, right? It's really important, if you're going to study history, you have to understand the mechanics of human nature, because that helps you validate history. Because the history, as recorded, should reflect those human conditions in some way, because it's a constant. It doesn't change through, well, it's an evolutionary thing, but it's not going to change over the last 3 to 4 to 5, 6,000 years or not. So it is the constant, and you can use that to say, that makes sense. That's what I expect. What I see about the culture and the way it's structured, that they ran an empire, right? That makes sense. I understand that, because that's the way humans operate. So I can validate your research. So it just all ties together, as it should be. Benny's just said they are trapped in your web. Well, no, Benny, no. Well, sort of, but really, it's their web of lies. I didn't create the web of lies. They did it themselves. That was spewed out from their ego minds. Yeah. Yeah. Now, you see there, me and Benny, right? We can communicate really accurately, real effectively, and in really short bursts. We don't need to go into long debates. Why? Because we live in reality. A person that lives on belief, they'll fucking talk for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, trying to justify their belief. I talk for a long time when I'm pushing my point, but the only reason for that is that I'm dealing with people that have beliefs and notional ideas, and I'm trying to fight that idea and place the truth in place. So it's really not me that's really the one that's talking all the time. It's because I've just got to, because of their fucking lies and egos and beliefs. Anywho, don't be late for your lunch, dude. Hey, who's Saint Brucifer? Yeah. I wonder what what's coming next from the Trollos. Uh, well, all the hard work's been done, you know, all the prep work. Just sort of waiting to see if any of it works. I mean, it works in the long run, but whether any of it works in the short run. Hey, Benny, I'm wondering how that Johnny fella's doing, because he went real CD. Oh dear, dear, oh dear, oh dear. So that guy, I wonder if I hit it on the nail on the head. Yeah, I wonder if I hit the nail on the head, Benny, because I said he is a Muslim. He might be. You know, although he says he's converted, he might still be a Muslim. He might be working undercover. Come on, little trolls. Come on. Where are you? Hello, little trolls. 5 of them. Okay. They're an obsessive lot, but that's the nature of the ego mind. They can't help themselves. They think that they've got control of the fucking world, but they've got no control whatsoever. You can't. It's impossible. The only people that have control, dude, are people that are enlightened, free to make our own choices. The people that are slaves to the ego, they have to dance to its tunes. That's why these people dance so much.
Yeah.
So more. Hey, yes. Hang on. Probably a pizza delivery. No, Benny. No, no, it wasn't a pizza. Just the mailman. So, any trolls listening, I mean it when I say it. Watch your moods over the next wee while. Yeah, you might not get anything immediately. Driveway, and I can't remember whether it was house, so just the driveway, I think. Those moods will occur. It's unavoidable. Jesus said, he said, and I've experienced it, this is how it works. Those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. So if you don't start seeking, no moods. Oh, well, actually, no, you will have moods. You'll have the life that an ego gets. When they find, they will be disturbed. Now I've put the true and false state in there, so that's locked in. When they are disturbed, they will marvel and will reign over all. So, if you pay attention, you'll actually come out better for it. If you don't, well, that's your problem. Just desserts. Making a racket of there, Dan.
Yeah, I got to take off. I'll keep my camera on.
Yeah, all right, mate. Hey, Benny, I wonder if we can get Sydney to come. Oops, incoming. Hello. Hello. Hey, Benny. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. It's Nadia. Hey, Benny. Oh, why did she do that? Do, 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 do.
Hello?
Hello,
Who is it?
Rob.
From Michigan?
Beg your pardon?
You sound Australian.
Yes, is that Nadia?
Yes?
Nadia, it's Rob from the internet. Yeah. Yeah. Can you unblock Benny?
Why?
Come over and have a chat. Come over. Yeah, and hey, so tell me, Nadia, do you think Benny's a bad guy or something?
You guys spam links for his things all over my events.
He's a good guy, I promise you. He spammed links long time ago. He doesn't do that anymore. He says sorry.
Yeah,
He wants to make peace.
very well right now.
Hey, sorry? You're not well?
I'm not doing very well right now.
Okay, all right. Well, we don't want to put you out. So, but anyway, just you know, if you give that some thought, you know, when you get better, and take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, be well. Okay, see ya.
Okay.
If you want to chat, just come over. Yeah. All right, Benny. There you go. Now, this is Chaswold. Congratulations, Rob. You are stupid. Rob, how are you ready to rock and roll with me? So he's watching the chat. So that's the obsessive part of his problem. When you are too scared to be in the hang with me unless you have mod control. So he's wrestling to get control back. Chaswold, you ain't going to get it. Not in this lifetime. Then you just kick me before I can speak. Well, yes, because I was speaking to other people. Idiots, not all about you. You are a pussy, so trying to sort of bait me and into, you know, it's just a little control thing. Hey, Beasley. Now this is the caliber of the man, and what he does is he shows one of my photos. So somehow these clowns have got some of our private photos, probably off the internet. That's he's trying to intimidate. So it shows you the caliber of the human being and the lengths he will go to, and it's got Sandra in the picture. Oh, actually, that's the bloody photo that Bulldog had on the screen. Wow. You idiot. You've just given me something to deal with Bulldog on. See, Benny, the more this escalates, and I'm the escalator, it's really interesting. There's some really interesting behavioural, really observable behaviours. What happens is they get more clumsy, and that's because the ego mind's taking over. You know, it has to have its win. So there's the rational thought, or the deviousness.
Scientologist.
Hello, sorry.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Hello.
Can I say it again?
Beg your pardon?
I just didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said hello.
Hello. How can I help you?
What? I've got a friend just made this call for me. Are you Scientologist?
This is the Church of Scientology, yes.
Okay. Benny, no. All right, sorry, wrong number. Yeah, Benny, can't really, she's just like a receptionist and that, and no point. Yeah, no. Nice try, Benny, but no cigar. You'd really want to get, what'd be good is to get a Scientologist in our room and ask them if they'd commit to put their God to the test and see if he's stronger than I am, or we are. Hang on. So where's this clown? So I've saved that image. Now that is precisely the image that Bulldog showed. So what do we call this one? Family photo. Stolen family photo. Geez, I tell you what, I'm getting enough to write a book on this. Wonder, and then I could explore whether legal ramifications apply. So, stolen family photo there. Now, what he did, right? So this is the caliber of the man, right? So he's trying to intimidate by using that photo, and maybe, and this because Bulldog had this photo, guaranteed that, but I can't prove it. Only that I know it and he knows it, right? But he had this photo, and what he did when I came into the room, he ran away like a kid caught with his hands in the cookie jar. And then, of course, he would never admit to having done it. And this is the pathological liar that comes with the ego mind. So the guys put so somehow that's available to both Chaswold and Bulldog, which to me creates what I've always felt is that there's an alliance going on. So hey Beasley, and then so this is Paddy Chaswold. What he says is, hey Beasley, your wife looks like a bulldog chewing a wasp. So that's very telling, right? He's put the concept of the idea of bulldog, because that's what's in his mind in relation to this. So just a little bit of a giveaway. She has a face like a bag of smashed crabs. Now she doesn't. And if you tested that, so you can actually test that by getting a whole group of people to look at the photo of her and ask the question, does she have a bag of smashed crabs? And then you turn back to Chaswold and you say, well, why did you say that? What's your reason? And that exploration just goes straight back to his ego mind, straight back. He's, you know, if he's telling the truth, and I'll know when he's talking bullshit, it goes straight back to his ego mind. So, Chaswold, you're a one sick puppy, but we can fix you. Just got to kick your ego out of town. So, thank you again, Chaswold. Another great contribution to the pile. Yeah, Toasty's sort of saying, I can't get the bandwidth to join. I just sit in the virtual lobby. That's Toasty. I'm afraid that sounds like crap to me because I'd have to know your situation a bit. So you'd have breakups, but you'd still be able to get through because Google's pretty thin on the bandwidth. I'm not so sure about that comment, Toasty. Don't know what you're up to. I have a feeling Toasty might be as I suspected. What chat is it? Can you screen the chat? Oh, okay. I'll try to. Hang on, where did it go? Chaz. It's a yeah. I don't know that I can add you because it's Chaswold's chat. But what I can do is screen share that, and then we can go through it. You know, put that there, and then I'll put this here. Put this there, and then I'll put that there. And I go to screen share. Righto, so you can see down the bottom here, right, that photo, Benny, that photo, oh, hang on. Yeah, Benny, that photo there is the one that I saw, or the one that John May had when I caught him red-handed. And so I came into the room, and you weren't in the room, were you? No, the family photos, mate. Come on. Hey, see, us enlightened people, you know, we can still have a sex life, right? Oh, okay, gotcha. I keep forgetting about that. Well, they can't get that one, and they can't do that one. And when it comes up, I'll toast. No, that's ours, that one. And they can't do that one, Chaz Underwood, because I'm not going to go past this. So no, I don't think so. But I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, I see what you're saying. They might put a something on there that pushes it on the screen automatically. Yeah. Oh, I'll keep an eye on it. Congratulations, Rob. You are stupid. Well, no, I'm not. That's your ego mind's view of the world. We can test that, you know. We can do an intellectual test to see if you're straight. So the only other possible explanation is that this is your ego at work. Rob, how are you ready to rock and roll with me, so with me, when you are too scared, no I'm not, to be in a hang with me unless you have mod controls? I'm not scared, but I know your stupid tricks, so I take control, and then everyone gets a fair say. And we were required to give evidence so that we can know, like you make a statement on mental health, we then go back and I say, well, Chaswold, what's your credentials for that saying? And then you give the evidence. And then, you know, we just look at it and we say, well, fair enough, you're right. And we move on. Or, but if there's no evidence, we say, well, that's bullshit, Chaz. Why did you lie? Because when you make a broadcast statement as if it were fact and it's not true, then that's called lying. Then you just kick me before I can speak. And what I said before is you were kicked because it wasn't your turn. Your turn's coming. You are a pussy. Well, no, I'm actually not. Only ego people are pussies or fraidy cats. hey, Beasley, your wife, and then he goes on, so now he's getting frustrated, right? So he wants to try and upset me. But really interesting, the old bulldog reference. Hey, Beasley, your wife looks like a bulldog chewing a wasp. Well, she doesn't, but that's your mind. So if we sit you down and test that against a population or, you know, a group of other people. Now, that's the interesting thing, Benny. Remember Sydney? Sydney, right, defended what was an obvious bad call, and he tried to justify it. Can you get Sydney at all? Is that possible? That'd be interesting. I don't think he'll have the balls, though, to come across. Oh, you tried. Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, piss weak. You know, absolutely piss weak. And he'll make up all manner of excuses, but he's got some questions to answer. Honestly. Now, hey, Beasley, your wife looks like a bulldog chewing a wasp. She has a face like a bag of smashed crabs. Well, no, she doesn't. Right? There's her face. So it's all good. She's all good. Righto. I'll just shut that. Boom. So that was it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, Benny, that's part of the form. These guys think they're heroes, but when it comes to the crunch, and when they're called to an account, they do the flight. Choose the flight behaviour. And sorry, I misspoke. It's not them. This is the ego, mind, and control, and they just need to learn that I actually do know shit, and that I'm actually right, and that their egos, cause me a lot of grief and harm, and probably shorten my lifespan. That's how serious it gets. Oh dear. Hey, there's Sydney's up and about. No thanks, Viva. I'll give you something to think about. Oh, here we go. Chaz Underwood. Fatty Chaz Underwood. He's sort of ranting and raving. What's he on about? That link is from 2004. It is an old saying. Oh, okay. So, and I knew when I said this, Chaswold, Chaswold, so I'm way ahead of you, dude. I knew that if there was another association, but here's the reality, Chaswold. You got that video, you got that image off John Brown, or I know John Brown had it, and that was the context with which you were writing. So that's where you brought that. That's what brought that quote to mind. It was the bulldog connection. So you can talk all the shit you like, but if you actually spend a moment and reflected, right? Because at the moment you're covering up, but if you reflected about what was in your mind at the time you were putting that photo up, you'll find that you were thinking about bulldog. Just the way the mind works. And remember, you're in a heightened state of cognitive dissonance. So you're a lot more errors are occurring because the ego mind doesn't give a shit anymore. It just wants to desperately defend the ego mind. And that's why you're making all these cock-ups. Got that, Chaswell? Oh, he's listening. So it's sort of like having him in the room. Hey, this might work. This might work. So bad. Like, yeah, but yeah, okay, mate. No, it's the term bulldog, you dickhead. In your mind, you know that bulldog is related to that photo. Well, I know specifically that he's related to that photo. And I know that somehow you've shared that photo. He's involved. Because that's part of the deal, that's in your mind, and that's what connects you to that saying. Now you're just covering your ass. But I know the reality. I know the reality of everything about you, Turkey. I will find the site again and link you to it. No, I don't need it. It's not about the site, you toolhead. It's about the mental connection. Bulldog, photo, website. Bulldog photo saying. Website's an incidental. That's a new word I learned today. Yeah, Benny, I'm not sure about how is that going to help bringing the churches? Yeah, okay, I hear what you're saying, but a phone call to a church in the middle of the day, I don't see it happening. I don't see it being an effective debate. This is, you know, we can try if you want. No, mate. It's more like that's more like ambushing. That's probably not appropriate. What I'm thinking is, you know, we just have to somehow try and. Well, see, on the internet, there's a bunch of people. It's just a matter of getting them in the room, explaining the rules, and then having a chat. Well, no, maybe we want to be a bit more candid in that and say that, you know, we're like atheists or realists, and we're just interested in having debates. Do you want to come along? Blah 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 blah. And then when they come to the room, we explain the deal, and then I explain cognitive dissonance behaviour, and then we go and have a discussion. That would be the best outcome. But you've got to remember, you know where it goes all the time. Yeah. So it's really about maybe one time doing a softly approach, and the other time doing a, you know, hardly approach. No, I'm not so sure, Benny. Remember last night, it was really a point of, you know, like the analogy of a balloon and pricking that balloon. So like with Chaswold and Bulldog, well, we've already done it to Bulldog. We've exposed him in front of a group, right, on a thing. But so in any interaction, we doggedly stick to the point of failure in his debate, because remember, egos and lies, and that's all we have to do, because once you've exposed that once, you know, then the conversation flows a little bit better, or they run away. So we've pricked the balloon. So, you know, we don't have to get into long-winded stuff, many stages or anything like that. Just have to prick the balloon and prove the cognitive dissonance. Yes, well, that's true. They do. And who knows how desperate they become. That's yet to be revealed. And get to... Yeah, well, that's right, but that's where you got to. That's why it's better to deal with a small point, one singular point, right, and just deal with that, and not allow them. So they make a global, you know, because what they do is they make a generalised statement. And as soon as I spot it and know that it's a false statement, then all I've got to do is explore it and not allow them to go away from it, right, and bring them to the actual fact that it's, you know, it's a false idea in their head, right? And if the behaviours of cognitive dissonance move, then I prove cognitive dissonance theory, or at least my version of it, and then I've established a base that I can then repeat time and time and time and time again. So it's really simple. It's really come down to a very, very fine, simple art. And if you're listening, trolls, there's fucking nothing you can do about it. You can't get inside your heads and change things like cognitive dissonance. You can't remove the two wolves story. They're hard, I guess you'd say they're hardwired. There's nothing you can do about it. You can bloody jump up and down and dance and sing and dance and do all the shit you want, but you cannot avoid those circumstances. And so you gradually then, Benny, if we keep proving this particular simple theory time and time and time again, because that's just the way it is, then, the movement's on the way, to claim, to point out to people that religious beliefs are wrong. Well, yeah, along the road seeds are planted, so that's already been done though. Now we're at, yeah, that's right. So, and they can't be, you can't unplug ideas. You can't. It's just not possible. They're in their head until they're resolved. And the only way you resolve them is you basically confront the truth. And the good news is then you move on the path of enlightenment. Hey, Benny, did you have a disturbing phase? I don't need to know the details because it's irrelevant. Well, hang on. I know that this is part of the course, right? So when you go through the enlightenment, there's a disturbing. Well, hang on. I'll read the Jesus saying. So Jesus said, "Those who seek should not stop seeking until they find." So in other words, not about beliefs. Phase. P-H-A-S-E. Those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. When they find, they will be disturbed. So what that means is that, so if you had any faulty ego ideas, and most people do, it's the nature of the way things work, you have to confront them, and that's just a little bit of a disturbing phase. It's the reconciliation phase, and then, when that's done and dusted, you're good to go. Yes, son. Well, that's right. Well, you see, Benny, this is the reality that these dickheads don't get. This is who humans are. Every single one of us, without exception. Human nature, that's it, absolutely. And that's what Jesus was talking about. So he talks about that you are children of the living Father, right? But what he really means is that, the God is within us all. It's the good wolf. That's what it is. So that's what the real God thingy is. But as you said, Benny, more accurately, it's human nature. So the true story is about nature. Learn your nature and abide by it. And then that applies in the global context, right? So you've got to yeah, well, that's right. Well, you know yourself, right? And then you feed the good wolf. Yeah, right. That's exactly right. So there are only terminologies, right? And people get caught up on the terminology, but it's still always talking about the constant reality of the nature of things. And so the nature of, see, this is where humanity's gone fucking wrong. Who's this clown? It's got a clown thing on. Benny, know this person? Benny? No, okay. Me neither. I'll show him in broadcast, but I'll also be ready to kick him. Well, actually, chat, type in the side chat, introduce yourself. Yeah, what's up? I can say anything. Just have to be quick on the thing. Speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just listening in and hear you guys talking about enlightenment and going through phases and all that, and that was kind of cool. So if it's okay with you guys, just
Yeah. You're more than welcome. I mean, the reason we're being cautious is that we're being, because we're enlightened, we've become a bit of a threat to the ego natures in this world, and what that means is that it attracts a lot of trolling activity. So we're being heavily trolled at the moment.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So, well, I'll give you an introduction, and then you just jump in anytime you like. So, in this house, we've only got some simple rules. When a person is speaking, they are allowed to continue speaking until they finish, unless they say something that's a generalised statement that hasn't been validated. So you'll be stopped, and we'll ask you to just give the source for that claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Rule 1, never ask about the rules. You'll find Benny. Benny's our friend. He's an enlightened person as well. Benny, Benny's a bit of a comedian.
I think I seen
you,
Ben. Oh, sorry.
Hey, go ahead.
Oh, I seen Benny. I was in St. Tommy's Hangouts a couple times. I seen Benny in there
Yeah.
once or twice.
Yeah, he's quite a character, but he is a truly enlightened human being as well. So, just a little bit of background, and then you can sort of fire away questions. Probably work better because I bloody tell this story all the time. So, I wrote a book, What Is This Thing Called God? So, when I was 40, I decided to look into the spirituality question after the massacre in, where was it? Rwandan massacre.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of got me interested again. Up to that point, I wasn't really that interested at all. And in that process, I came across the Gospel of Thomas. I prefer to call it the Gospel of Jesus, written by Thomas. And what it is, it's a collection of 114 Jesus sayings that's been rejected by Christianity as false. And so I thought, well, it's interesting. The thing that intrigued me about it, the first saying said, whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. And I thought, well, that's really interesting, because what's happening here is that Jesus, the author, is saying at the head of the statement, this is the measure of the accuracy of the material that follows. So in other words, if you don't get this outcome that he's outlined, this liberty from death, then the sayings are fraudulent. But if they are true, then this outcome must happen. And I thought, well, that's interesting, because I knew from Plato that the philosopher kings had no fear of death, and I now know that people in my family that are good people, they have a genuine non-engagement with the mental notion of death.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, that sounds spiritually accurate, and death is a big deal. They have resurrections in the religions and all the rest. And so I thought, well, I'm going to read all these. So I did, and I interpreted every one of them, and I found them to be authentic. And it took me, and well, Jesus had a second saying, those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. So in other words, something to be found, not believed. When they find, they will be disturbed. That's the discovery of the self and learning about the ego condition. When they are disturbed, so that's the disturbance, because you've got to reconcile, past bad behaviours and, why you did them, etc. And when they are disturbed, they will marvel. That's true too, because it's at that point in the journey that you actually realise that every human is of equal merit and value and equal in terms of spirituality. And that's an absolute correct statement. And will reign over all. Well, that's a true statement too, because you, in the enlightened state, you understand the other person perfectly. And so therefore you're not making erroneous prejudgments. You're able to know the causes and motivations. And then after they have reigned, they will rest. And that's because the inquiry is over and the mind can now rest. You can just live in the moment. And he actually says live in the moment too. So he said in saying 91, 91, they said to him, tell us who you are so that we may believe in you. Now, that's the Judaism, mindset. So these are his followers. So you would expect that they would say that of him. But he corrects them and he says, he said to them, you examine the face of heaven and earth. Now, that's interesting too, because quite often you'll find that people on the spiritual journey look in all the wrong places. They just bloody, try and take an analytical approach to things rather than, authentically knowing themselves. But you have come to know the one who is in your presence. Now that's the concept of God, right? So that's the good wolf inside us all. And you do not, and that, right, is about, so instead of the concept of a creator God, he's teaching that we are the God, or, it's within us all. And you do not know how to examine the present moment. So that's what it's like when you're enlightened. You're actually living in the present moment all the time, and that's the Zen concept, right? So it just checked out everywhere, every which way you like. This was an accurate spiritual teaching, regardless of whether it's valid or not. It's spiritually 110% accurate. But then I learned that 61 of these sayings were used in the Synoptic Gospels, and that validates a thing called Q-source theory. So the bottom line is, I came to the conclusion at the end of it that Jesus, and I hold this very strongly, Jesus is a real person, not a God person, but a real human being of exceptional philosophical understandings, and an enlightened human being. He sets a standard in here that we can all achieve, so we can all come up to his standard. And it's all, so I know for sure the guy existed. No, absolutely no doubt. I know why the Romans and the Pharisees would have been angry, or would have been annoyed with him. And so anyway, so that's me. Jesus is real, but gods, devils, demons, and all that other stuff, that's not got nothing to do with anything. Myth, fable.
Cool.
Well, it is cool. It's actually quite powerful, really, because I'll give you something else to think about. It's really powerful. If what I'm saying is true, right, it means that the Christians have a new point of focus, which eliminates, depoliticizes Christianity, and Islam says that there was such a thing as an Injil, a Gospel of Jesus, in the times of Jesus. I hold that this is that document. This is that document. So if that's true, then Islam could have the same focus. Imagine a world if that ever occurred. Imagine that.
Yeah. So so Jesus would be the like a spiritual teacher, like kind of like a guide to others that somehow was taken and ran with the wrong ideas as far as Christianity goes, turned it around and manipulated for their own use.
Yeah, well, what happened specifically is the Romans, on the fall of Jerusalem, what the Romans, there's a little precursor story. So you've got Paul, who was a Pharisee. He set out on a journey to reclaim the Jesus followers and basically teach them. Well, he left the brand of Jesus, I think he called it Jesus Christ. him Jesus Christ. I don't think he was ever Jesus Christ. I think he's just Jesus. To me, it makes more sense. But this Paul went on the road to try and reclaim these followers back to a modified version of Jesus' teaching, which was really reflective of Judaism, and that's the 7 genuine letters from Paul. What happened, though, further on down the track is that the Romans, because the Jewish Pharisees had tried to undermine Rome's authority, Rome decided to take action against them, and they came down and they wiped out Jerusalem. They wiped out the Essene community, which is where I think Jesus lived. And then they, so what else did they get up to? Oh, they killed all of the so-called Christian bishops around 69 AD. And then after that massacre, Rome, as is tradition with empires, they write some religious propaganda and some new historical context to sort of wipe their hands of the bloodletting, the bloodbath. And I think it's in that event that Rome created this mythical Jesus, you know, the miracle stories, and you know, him being a god, and the virgin birth, and the Magi, and all of those stories, I think, are part of the Christian. In fact, I think a guy called Nerva was the lead architect in writing the Gospels that are in the New Testament, the Book of Acts, which is in the New Testament, because there's some miracle stuff in there that recounts the Pauline story, or the Paul story, and the Book of Acts and the works of Josephus were, I think, a propaganda exercise. I don't hold the view that the Jewish people were rebellious. It makes no sense to me, because you imagine the might of the Roman Empire. How stupid would the people from Jerusalem, to, you know, enact a revolt? I mean, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It'd be like committing suicide. Huh?
Yeah.
It's more likely, because there's a thing called the Pisonian Inquiry, and Nerva was a part of that too. He was the lead investigator. So it's more likely that they found sedition in the Jewish community, and then they've acted upon it. That makes much more sense than the Jewish community rising up in revolt, you know, against the Roman Empire. Crikey.
Yeah, it does make more sense.
Well, yeah, it'd be literally, well, it's the same thing as when you go to the book of Isaiah and you're reading that, and you're reading about an angry God that sits up in the clouds, and he's really angry about the Jewish people. If you look at the historical context, those people for about the last 100 years were actually slaves. They belonged to the Assyrians, then they belonged to the Babylonians, and then they belonged to the Persians. When you're a slave, you really are too afraid to put a foot wrong, so I couldn't see them sinning, right? It makes no sense. It makes more sense that these barbarians killed and conquered them, and that's what actually happened, and the God story is mythical. And they're just justifying bad behaviour in the religious text.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
So there you go, mate. That's us. So Jesus is real, and you know, I'll argue with anyone on that point. I really think that's a really true story. He did give us the right spiritual teaching that really do solve the Enlightenment dilemma. And what else? Oh, and you know, sky gods and all of the devils and demons, they're just not real. It's all myth. That's us.
Cool. Yeah, I always kind of wondered about the the Jesus thing. Pretty much. Well, my story is I never believed in anything ever. My mother was Catholic, and I was in and out of foster homes and junk like that. But you know, this Enlightenment thing, I ever since I was you know, young, I could never find myself believing in any type of religion, no matter what they threw at me. It's just something about it that I just never. I don't know if I'm missing that piece or you know.
Well, you couldn't. there's nothing you can get your hands on. You can't, you can't. I'm the same, I can remember when I was 7 years old, right?
Mhm.
Mum taking me up to church and, basically giving me this stuff to read.
Yeah.
I just said, look, I can't see them. They're just, if I can't experience it, then it
Yeah.
ain't real. And
Exactly.
at that early age, I just said, no, no more religion. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's the way I was. It was like, people say Jesus loves you, Jesus loves you. And when I was a kid, I was like, well, he could tell me himself, How do you know?
Well, that's perfectly correct. And it's absolutely correct what you say. Absolutely.
Oh, cool. I do
Well,
some like. Mhm.
oh, sorry, I was just going to say, I've lost my train of thought. No, it's all right. Keep going.
Oh, I've been when I was younger, I had a lot of health issues, and I had bad asthma. So I'd done some like I was talking to a customer I was working at, and he's like, you got to practice some meditation. I was about 15 at the time, and I was having a pretty bad asthma attack, and I couldn't breathe well. So I was at work at the time, so I said shit. So I'm sorry, I don't know if could cuss on here. No, I'm sorry.
No, you're
so
all right too.
Cool. So I just sat there and I just started like kind of trying to control my breathing, follow my breathing, and then I came to a place where I was kind of almost like a not a glowing, but like a uplifting feeling maybe.
Yeah.
And I could breathe a lot better, and I was trying to control that. And then from then on, I would go and I heard you say things about you have to see the ugly or you have to see the bad, and I stopped doing the meditation thing for quite a while, but still relying on it just for my asthma attacks or I get hypertension and anxiety, so I use it to control that. And then just recently, probably about a couple years ago, I was sitting outside listening to music, and I had some pretty good pot. And I was went into like a meditation state because I couldn't breathe very well, and I started getting more into it, and I just started letting my mind take over visually, and seeing all kinds of crazy things. And what really got me was I was really never into meditation whatsoever, but one of the first big breakthroughs I had as far as meditation was I was just going at it, and then I could see this almost like from above, like something looking at me, but just one, like one mind or one eyeball almost, and then it started transforming itself into all kinds of different historical figures, I don't know if they're just in my head or they've been there. Maybe that was my way of trying to explain it to myself. But it was quite an experience, and I always, kind of when I talk to other people or like when customers come in where I was working at, really quickly I dropped out of high school at 10th grade, grew up in the ghetto of San Diego, and knocked up, my current girlfriend at the time when I was only 18, she was 16. Now I forgot what I was talking about, but.
That's okay. So are you still with that lady?
Oh yes. Yep. We have 2 children.
Okay, going well. Good relationship.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we've been friends pretty much, for. I mean, I met her when I was 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to know, that was all going well. So that's really good to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells me a lot about you as well. Now, here's the thing, right? I'm going to give you my definition of reality. It's very specific. It's very objective. And yeah, so the time, right? There's only ever the now, right? So we have a false conception of time because of the way we've got. Hang on, I just have to check Rosie in if she's real Rosie. How do you know so quickly? Hello, Rose. Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, not much. We're just shooting the breeze. You know, we're winning the battle against the trolls.
Yeah, me too. I got Vlad to mess up earlier this morning. I said come in as me, and he can't. I asked Vlad to come in as me because I know he made the fake account, right? So he did, and I recorded it. Yeah, so I got his ass.
Okay. Rose, I pick up something in your voice. Are you okay?
No, I just woke up and I don't want to deal with Vlad. I can't stand on blocking his ass. I'm never gonna talk to that fucker again. I'm done, dude. I'm fucking so tired of this stupid shit.
Yeah. And Rose, the other thing I want to say to you is that no matter what our spiritual position is, the reality is always the constant. So, you know, it's always about awareness or whatever. And if you're happy, because I know that spiritually you're a bit of a standout. So, you know, things are good.
Yeah,
But
I'm fine.
We'll have differences in how we get there. So I'll just finish talking Cleartis, if I may. So Cleartis, here's my definition of reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Time is only ever the present moment. You know, it's not. The other measure is a little bit confusing, but and it's true to say that. Think about this, right? Our senses only experience real reality. This is just our senses, so I'm not talking about the brain at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Our senses only experience reality in the current moment. It's not possible for me to go back in time and dip my senses into previous time. I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't go forward in time to dip my senses into forward time until that moment comes along. So the senses are only ever experiencing the current moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Jesus said something about, live, the nowness sort of concept. Know the present moment. Now, so from that experience, the information then heads to the brain.
Mm-hmm.
There's no error in the senses, though. Never. I mean, there are circumstances where there's differences in reporting, but we're able to scientifically explain those differences. So for the vast majority of people, that sensing experience is exactly the same, right? The difference in the variations, other than physical variation at the sensing organ, occurs in the brain. So in other words, the brain can be faulty. Now the brain can create ideas in that brain that can bring back experience to the senses. So it's like a two-way traffic thing. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. When you said the concept of time, the way it's perceived, I agree with you totally on. And when you said the part about the senses, what happens at the present moment with your senses, that clarified quite a bit on what I was thinking earlier. So yeah,
Well, it should make perfect sense because it's actually the reality.
That's how it is, yeah.
Exactly how it is, But people with an ego identity don't like concepts like that. The reason they don't like them is because they threaten the mind, or the notional idea of self, which occurs in the mind, which is the ego. So, and the mind picks up the threat, and that's why you have all these bloody debates. Toing and froing, and this is why I will not permit someone to make a generalized statement, right, without proving that statement in some way, or at least explaining how they arrived at that conclusion. Yeah. So in my world view, right, if I want to know what reality is, I always trust my senses. I never, ever, ever trust my brain.
Gotcha.
The thing and that's you and me, right? Remember I said to you that when I was a young person, about 7 years, and I went to church, and Mum said, here's some stories, right? And I said, nah, can't accept them, Mum, because I can't experience it. Well, I didn't put it in those terms in that day, but basically what I was saying was that I couldn't accept it because I couldn't experience it. And that's so I didn't stay with spirituality or churches and religions at all until the Rwandan massacre, and I wanted to understand why were people so capable of such massive cruelty en masse, you know, young families running around killing each other.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that got me back into spirituality and led to the book, etc. So what I'm saying is that and I found Jesus, the real dude, you know, and he's a pretty cool dude. And I'll say that till the day I die. Now, so the thing, yeah, so what I'm saying is, you know, when you have notional ideas that, you know, hallucinations, dreams, whatever, they're not part of reality, all right? Unless they're experiential. And that's the measure, the ultimate measure that will never fail. And if you think about it, the design of the senses is such that they only do report, so they don't do any thinking. So there's no bias. They just do what it's designed to do. So that's like Benny when John May. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go, Rose.
I just wanted to tell you that, you know, Toaster, he's really a really decent person. He hangs around those guys, but he's not like them at all. Ever since I've known him, he's always been very decent, very kind, very thoughtful, and everything. He's really a good person. He's not like them at all. At all.
Yeah.
Nothing like them. I just want you to understand that. Just like how I used to see you were down in a room with John May and Vlad, and then I would automatically think you're a troll. That's the same thing you're doing to Toaster, because just because he's in there with them, he's still an individual person. And like I had to learn myself that, you know, you can't do that, because obviously you're not like them, neither is Down. But and Toaster, he's not, and I'm just want to clarify that with you.
That's fine.
I've known him for a while now.
Yeah, that's okay, Rose. I'm fine, and I take on board with what you say. But I have witnessed some behaviours that are interesting, and I'll get to the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, I find that hard to believe.
It's okay. I'm still in two minds, so he's still good to go. And I never. It might look like I disrespect people, but I don't. I just call them to examine. You know, are they being authentic? Because, you know, to me, it's about truth and authenticity, and we'll get there. But you know, I'm patient. I've been battling these trolls for about bloody 12 months.
But he's not a troll. He's not a troll.
No. Not including him necessarily in that group. But I've been battling these trolls for 12 months or more, and they've done significant damage to our family, and, you know, the eggings and all of the other crap that they do. But I will not stand down from bullies, so I'm taking things one step at a time. Benny's giving the seal of approval for a Toaster, but I also know this, Rose. You know, he'll be fine. If he's a good person, he'll be fine. You know, if he gets impatient.
No, it's not like that. I'm just telling you. I saw you in a chat room with him, and it seemed like you were being really harsh on him.
Yeah.
And of course, he's a man. Of course, he's not gonna take it like a bitch and let you slap him around. But at the same time, he's a decent person. And I think you should let each person stand on their own individual legs and not lump them all together like I was doing and like you do and like a lot of us do. Just because we hang out with certain people doesn't mean we're like them. And I just think that, you know, we got to look at it from that point of view sometimes. Well, actually all the time.
Rose, Benny and I are both really enlightened, so we know what's going down. And with Toaster, I simply don't know, but I have my guard up, and I'll find out in a session. We had him in a session, and I actually wanted to dedicate it to him, but then he had technical difficulties, so that made me sort of think, what's that all about?
Well, sometimes people have that. I have that. I mean, sometimes that happens.
Rose. We'll get there. If he's a good guy, there's no drama.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's all right. But I'm not stressed, and I hear what you're saying. But I see in Jesus' day there was a group of people called the immovables, right? And I wondered what the heck is that all about. I now know, right? They must have been followers of Jesus, because Jesus is the only one that I've ever seen that taught the absolute truth, the absolute truth. And the thing is, when you understand his teachings, you become an immovable. Now you're an immovable type because you hold dear to, well, you understand shit, right? And you understand the truth. And it's validated by your experiences with other people. So you're not easily swayed. Well, I'm the same, but I'm not concerned for him. He's a grown-ass man. He can just be patient, and if he's a good guy,
No, no, I know that. What I'm saying is I saw you in a hangout with him, and it was like you were attacking him. So I waited until I spoke to you myself to tell you. It's not about being patient or impatient or being a grown man or not being a grown man. It was from what I saw in the chat with you and him that I wanted to point this out. That's all.
I heard you.
You could take a year if you want to. I don't give a damn. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, from what I saw, I'm telling you my point of view on that, and I haven't talked to you since that happened.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, everyone's got their point of view, but Rose, I promise you, I won't. Being an immovable, I won't shift around. So I just need to have that session with him. I want to talk to him. It'll become very apparent to me very early on what his position is, and then I'm good to go. I'm just good to go. See, here's the other thing.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, it'll work out. I mean, the whole justice is built in. It is.
That's right. The whole system is built in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I do not disagree with it. I just lost my train of thought there. But he'll be fine,
I do that sometimes.
Oh, that was what I was going to say. Yeah, Rose, this is a thing that I've really come. See, and it made sense when I worked it out, or Benny and I worked it out.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of people on the planet have got what I call ego issues. Now, you could label it something else, but we both will know what we mean. The majority have that state. The minority, the minority are the enlightened ones, the truth seekers, whatever you want to call us.
Mm.
Now, because of that, it means that when you engage people, and even when you engage a group, you're at the risk of those ego minds, because you're presenting the truth, which threatens their position. The ego spots it, and then they attack you.
Yeah.
The mob mentality, right? The mob mentality, yeah.
Well, it's a sickness to be like that, to have an ego and be narcissistic. It's a psychosis. It's sick. You can look at somebody and go, "Wow, really? Like you are so lost." It is unbelievable. I see that every day. I can look out my window right now and I'll see that. I don't even have to talk to them. I don't even have to engage with them. You can tell by their body language, their facial expressions. I mean, I could just read people. I don't even talk to them. On the internet, you don't. It's easier because you could talk to them. Well, actually, it's not. You have to engage because you can't use the body language and everything like that. But for me, I could just look. I could just see you and know if you got it. If you're sick like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and so what I've been working on, so what this is all about for me is so these guys think that they're controlling me because that's part of the ego mind. And so the other thing with the ego mind, it creates a heck of a lot of time, it will make statements that are not based in reality, and then it won't permit you to challenge that statement. It's a broad-based thing. So they'll broad-based you'll get a broad-based character assassination. They won't allow you then to say, well, hang on, how did you form that opinion? So that's why in this room, Rob's house, Rob's rules. You actually
Sounds
have to
a little ego going on there yourself.
It's not.
Oh, no.
But well, no, it's a means of controlling the discussion.
I know,
So
I
that
know.
if some-
I get it. I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, they do that all the fucking time. They say something out their mouth that makes no fucking sense, and then you say something about it, and they will go around in circles and avoid the question, turn around to a question on you. So, yeah, I know. I get it.
And then the pack gathers, right? The pack gathers, and all of a sudden you're the victim. And this is then the bullying that goes on the internet.
No, I'm blocking everybody. I'm blocking all them fools, man. I'm done. I've been trying to be nice. I even let them on my hangout and talk their little crap and everything. I'm just blocking them all. And I don't give a fuck what anyone says about it. I don't care if people say, you shouldn't block people. I'm blocking them. It's called bullying. It's called harassment. When people are making fake accounts on you, I mean, it's justified. Okay? And then you got people that back it up and think it's funny. Well, then it's justified that they get blocked too. And every single account you make, I'll just block every single one of them. Because I do not have to tolerate that. In my life or online, period. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. And that actually kills their thing. But me, I'm a little bit different. My agenda is not just about these people. I really want to bring, my version of the Jesus story to the world on large.
Well, that's great. I don't have time for that.
But
I don't have time for it. I really don't. I have a life. I don't have time for it. Dude, I have things I have to do in my real life. I don't have time to sit down with these, like you said, ego minds that just skip around in circles around you all day long. La, 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 where you're trying to, speak common sense, and they're speaking like Smurfs. La, 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 la. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Yeah. They don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah. But that's good. Somebody has to help them, and if it's you, Rob, great. But I think they need to go seek professional help. And not that you're not a professional, but some of these people seriously need serious help, Rob. Not just talking. They need some help.
No.
Rose,
they need help. Rose, no.
You don't think they need professional help?
Nope. They just need a bit of Jesus. Yep, absolutely.
Well, yeah, they need Jesus. Of course they do. That's the reason why they're acting the way they're acting, is because they're lacking that in their lives. Anyone who has Jesus in their life is not going to act like that. Yeah. They're not going to behave like that. And they're not going to talk like that.
Rose, that's not true. There are some Christians that are a little bit naughty.
Yeah, but they don't have they're going to the wrong churches. They're reading the wrong scripture. They're not repenting. There's a lot that plays into it, though. And then they're sleeping around on their husband or their wife. They're beating their children, or who knows what they're doing. So yeah, you can go to church and say you're a Christian, but that doesn't mean you truly have Jesus. No.
Yeah, that's right. You got to live it.
That's right. So you can say, yeah, I go to church and I'm a Christian. That does not mean you have Jesus. That does not mean that. So that's what I mean by that.
But Rose, for me, right, I won't walk away from injustice or the bully. I will take it on, and I will take control of the whole situation. But I'll do it in a way that might appear that I'm being narcissistic and mean and all the rest of it. But my intention is to bring them to know themselves. That's my intention.
That's the only way you're going to get through them, is to behave like them. At first, sometimes you have to stoop down to their level. Sometimes.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, I don't have time for that. But good for you, though.
Yeah. Hey, Rose, I was just going to say, because I know that your heart was there. You wanted to honestly help these dudes, but they frustrate the living daylights out of you, correct?
People just, it's not that, yeah, they do, that's right. But I wasn't trying to, it's not like I set out, it's not like I set out to help them, no. You know, if they would really listen, to what I'm talking about, it would help them. But I'm not like making it a personal agenda to help them personally. No, I'm trying to help everybody and anybody.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I'm not looking at certain individuals.
But I just wanted to say to you, it's actually okay to get your life back, and so feel comfortable about your decision. That's all.
Well, I've always had my life back. It's just I'm not going to tolerate. I'm not going to tolerate little babies.
And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay, Rose. That's fine. Absolutely fine.
When I think was, what, their mother should have beat them. Mother should have swallowed. Actually, I think they should have been swallowed. They're fucking prom night dumpster babies. Shit.
Their days are coming. We're closing in on them, Rose. So we have a plan, and it's progressing nicely.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I don't want to take up your time on here.
You shouldn't smoke, Rose.
I know. Well, it's something I was doing since I was 18. So I pray on it, and we're working on it. Me and Jesus are working on it.
Yeah. Well, Rosie, I smoked, and I smoked quite heavily for a while, but fortunately I gave up, and I have no regrets from giving up.
Oh, of course not. But I work out. I'm in shape and everything, and the pack lasted me for 5 days.
Yeah.
So it's not that much.
Yeah, but the health outcomes as you get older can be a real kick in the ass. So.
I got good genetics. But I'm working on it. I pray on it.
Heard it all before, Rose.
I pray on it. Me and Jesus are working on it together, and it's working. It's working.
I wish you success.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so, hey Phantom, how are you? Welcome. Everyone's gone quiet. We have a room where people get time to speak and say what they want to say, and you all go quiet. Oh, Phantom is a Brit. I do detect more than voice. Excuse me, lol text. I do text more than voice. Oh, okay. You do a Benny thing. Hiya, Phantom. So what's that say? I'm not Tom after. I'm Tom Prophet. Arter. From Tom Arter's Hangouts and Bobblocks. Righto. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Well, that's right, Phantom, because we are the enlightened people. Rose included. We are the enlightened folks. Dan, are you back? Down.
No.
Hey. Well, if you're not going to talk, I'm going to go step out. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Phantom said something. I do text. I have a voice for text, like some people have a face for radio. Lol. I agree, Rob. I tried getting into your hangout the other day. I know about Vlad and their nasty ways. Yeah. Well, that's right, mate. And I know you tried to get in, but I was very much focused on, living in the moment. I'm focused on what I'm dealing with in the particular moment. So if there's something that I want to achieve, all my energy goes to that, and I can't be distracted. I'll be back in a minute. Hey, Benny. Rob is BRB. That's right. I'm back now. Who's Blob? That looks suspicious. Blob, side chat. Who are you? New who? That's got me worried already. Yeah. Nah, sorry, Blob. Maybe some other day. Just not didn't like the name Blob Easy. Oh yeah, there you go, Blob Easy. So that's Rob Beasley. Got to be a troll. Yeah, Tom's interested in my book. Look over kids as they took exams to make sure they just needed and weren't cheating. Oh, okay. I'll get you the link on the book. Just get the electronic version because the bloody idiots put a ridiculous price on it on the hard copy. And you know, first time author, so I don't know how it came out. I like the title though. I'll show you the title, the book cover. Got a young kid on the internet to do that for me. So what is this thing called God? So it's a person on the spiritual journey towards enlightenment, and out from the enlightenment experience emerges peace. And that very much speaks to what I'm all about. I'm only ever in anything for peace. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, so, well, I'm on that path now, so I've written the book, so I did all the research, I know everything that I want to know about religions and spirituality, so now I'm hunting, you know, so I'm trying to release the bird. So, you know, it's odd, everything, you know, falls into place. Yeah, correct, that's right. The light is in us all, in every single one of us, without exception. So when you're dealing with behaviours, when you're dealing with, you know, trolls and people that are behaving badly, it's not the person themselves is not the problem. The problem will always be the behaviour, and it'll always be that they're feeding the selfish wolf, or the selfish, in real terms, the selfish instinct. Yeah, sorry, dude.
Would that be like kind of like a primal type thought process? You know,
it's not a thought process at all. What it is inside every human being on the planet is two survival instincts. One survival instinct is about surviving the self, and the other survival instinct is about surviving for the herd. So, in other words, one is about selfishness, the other is about authentic, keyword, selflessness.
Mm-hmm. So
there's no overlap, right? There's just these two things going on. And the spiritual journey is to understand what they are. Now, the God, or what Jesus called the living Father, is the survival instinct for the human herd. Mm-hmm. That's where we find joy. That's where we find love, right? True love. That all sits there. And truth, so if you've got no ego, there are no lies. Just aren't. Because there's nothing to protect. There's no false notional idea to protect. So, Yeah.
So there's no.
But so yeah. Sorry.
Oh, like so the self will be like the ego, right? For me, and I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, what? Here's how I narrowly define. Yeah, Rose is good, but Rose is Christian, so my ideas sort of conflict with her. So,
Mhm.
and it's a challenge to the faith. So this is how I specifically define ego. It's a notional idea. So in other words, it's in the brain. It's got nothing to do with anything else but a thought in the brain. Notional idea about that's not based in reality. So if it is based in reality, it's not part of an ego condition. So it has to be not based in reality. So notional idea that's not based in reality about the self. What's an example? Okay, trolls, right? What trolls do is their starting point as a troll is they just see it as a game, entertainment. But when they get into the game, this is where the notional idea is developed, right? So they get into the game, they watch other people scamming folks, they learn the craft, the tricks of the trade, and then in their mind, it's a game of domination, bullying, right, against the victim. What happens in the mind, though? The mind then takes that information and says, I'm superior, which is not really the reality, because all people are born and are equal, certainly from a spiritual context. So, but in their mind, they notionally subscribe that they are superior. And that starts the old super ego, if you like, or whatever, behaviors. And when they have that idea in mind, the self, if someone fights back, then you get into a whole bunch of behaviors, which Benny and I know. And so that's specifically what this thing called ego is, and it's the birthplace of all lies. Think about it, right? If you've got a faulty idea that doesn't match reality, you're always having to tell a different tale when someone's presenting reality. You've got to explain things away, and that's why in a troll room there's always this toing and froing about debate. When people stand up to them and ask them for evidence, they fight to give evidence because they know it exposes them, all the rest. But it's all coming from this false notional idea of superiority, and they get some other false notional ideas in their head as well. And that collection of false notional ideas, with no basis whatsoever in reality. If there's something in reality, then it's not an ego. Is what I call the ego. Ego mind. Unfortunately, bloody, it gets a bit complicated in terms, but that's it. That's the true story. I mean, but then that allows you then to explain all the complexity. It'll always come back to that simple basic rule.
So, I'm sorry. I don't want to keep asking a bunch of questions and stuff and bothering you, but so like the self. What you're saying is the self looks at reality and then pretty much thinks it has to grab onto something greater than what it thinks it is to deal with their own reality, which in turn just makes them assholes.
Well, you got to remember that the person's not an asshole at all.
Right.
Never. Right. It's the ego. It's by design, right? This is the way the ego mind works. Everyone's prone to, because we all have it. We have both conditions. The selfish survival strategy and the herd survival strategy. We have both going on. They don't, they don't magically disappear or whatever. It's like your organs; they're just there.
Mhm.
Here, this might help. People usually hate hearing it, but an old Cherokee. This really sums it up nicely. An old Cherokee told his grandson there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One wolf is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. So you can see lies and ego are aligned with this wolf. The other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. If you look at that collection, it's always about the other. So authentic love is always about the other.
Got okay. Yeah.
Peace, it's about peace between you and the other. Empathy is feeling for the other. Kindness is about the other. Humility in relation to the other. Truth just lines up with the good because there's no ego. If there's no ego, there's no lies. So all that's left is truth. On the other side of the coin, anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego, they're all about the selfishness. So
Right.
the boy thought about it. So he thought about what his grandfather said about these two wolves inside us all. And he asked grandfather, and they're fighting. Grandfather, which wolf wins? The old man quietly replied, the one you feed. So that is free will, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the trick is authentically know yourself, examine yourself and say, well, am I acting out for the benefit of myself, and is that a good thing?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I being authentically selfless? And then, you're becoming authentically aware of the self, and hopefully over time you'll make the choices will change to being, more about feeding the good wolf.
Mm-hmm. I like
And
that.
it's also full accountability because you're now responsible for all your actions because you know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's one thing I always believed in is whatever I do it's me. And I have to. I don't have to, but it's just me. So, um, yeah. What kind of an example? What you just talked? I think of what you're saying is like today. My brother owns a graphic shop in San Diego, right? And he hired a friend of mine because I left there, but weird reasons. But now I was a graphic artist for quite a while, and the guy he hired was a buddy of mine, and he called me up today to learn how to do a extrude text and to do an outline glow on it and stuff like that. So I had to explain to him over the phone how to do it, where my brother knew how to do it the whole time, but still would not want to have him do it. So that's probably like almost like the mentality of trying to stay in power or the ego, right? To keep the information for himself, so others won't. So they would have to rely on him for it, to do it, which makes him feel more, which is pretty much just his ego. Keeping him.
Well, the way the self works is it spots opportunities for advantage for the self, and so that's feeding the bad wolf.
Yeah, because I can't see. I always have trouble with this guy, my older brother. He's a officer of this church in Usher and all that.
Oh, hang on, mate. Hang on. You're breaking up. Your mic's quite terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know whether it's. Hang on, I'll try.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I did hear. Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better, mate.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, just before you go, I just oh no, sorry, you go, and then.
I could never really understand why people want to hold information back from others who are willing to learn. If anybody comes to me and they want to know something, I love to tell them. I almost have fun. I feel good when I explain something to them. So I really never understood why people like to retain information, but
Yeah,
I
but
guess it would be
it's precisely because they're looking out for number one.
themselves.
Yeah. So somewhere in their career, they've learnt that, or they've decided rather, because it's always about choice, and there's only ever two choices: good wolf, bad wolf. So they've decided that to listen to the selfish or the selfish survival instinct, and that then develops the favors. That then develops the behaviors. I've got a little video if you want. It runs about 8 minutes.
Cool.
And it'll explain to you, I think, quite well what how every human, because you've got to always remember, both conditions are in every human. So we're susceptible to both. So let's have a listen to this and see what you think.
Okay.
And Benny, we'll come back to Tom after we do this one.
Okay.
In California, you're supposed to stop for a pedestrian at a crosswalk. And in a recent study, some 90% of drivers did, except for those driving luxury cars, like this BMW. They were almost as likely to run the intersection as wait for the person to cross the street.
Drivers of those BMWs, those Porsches, those Mercedes were anywhere from 3 to 4 times more likely to break the law than drivers of less expensive, low-status cars.
In a country more and more polarized by inequality, UCal Berkeley's Paul Piff led a series of startling studies showing an apparent link between wealth and, well, unseemly behavior.
Oh, by the way, there's candy there. It's actually for children for another study, but you're welcome to take a few pieces if you want to. Thank you.
That's the script an experimenter recited to every subject. And the results?
Wealthier participants took 2 times as much candy from children as did poor participants.
Another experiment tested honesty in reporting dice scores when cash was on the line.
People all the way at the top who made $150,000, $200,000 a year were actually cheating 4 times as much as someone all the way at the bottom who made under $15,000 a year just to win credits for a $50 cash prize.
So, experimental evidence that rich people are more likely to break the law while driving, help themselves to candy meant for children, cheat in a game of chance, also to lie during negotiations, and endorse unethical behavior, including stealing at work. The academic paper that resulted made headlines everywhere. Wall Street Journal article leading with the question, ready to pitchforks?
It is very clear that this study of social class touched a nerve.
Psychology professor Dacher Keltner is Paul Piff's boss and co-author.
We published these studies in relatively obscure scientific journals, and literally the next day we're getting hundreds of emails from around the world, and a lot right hostile.
I've gotten a lot of vitriol and hate mail from people calling me out for junk science and having a liberal agenda.
Hey, but wait, didn't those who complained have a point? That the research was done at a famously, some might say infamously, liberal university.
Hey, they're at Berkeley. What other results did you expect them to get? I regularly hear the Berkeley idiot scientist who's finding what they expect to find. Let me tell you, we did not expect to find this. Our findings apply to both liberals and conservatives. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're wealthy, you're more likely to show these patterns of results.
Results consistent across 30 studies he's run on thousands of people all over the United States. So what is it about wealth that might make people behave differently?
what are we doing here? We're playing a game of Monopoly that's rigged.
This game is typical of another kind of experiment Piff likes to run. Instead of studying actual rich people, Piff gets subjects to feel rich in the lab. The designated Monopoly money bags starts with a few legs up. $2,000 versus the poor man's $1,000. An upscale playing piece, the rolls, versus an old shoe. The right to toss 2 dice instead of just 1. 2, I've got snake eyes, meaning I assign the role of rich person, get an extra turn. So when I roll again, because I've got,
Yep, because you rolled doubles.
6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's Tennessee Avenue, and of course I'll buy that. Meanwhile, poor Paul Pitt.
I only get to roll 1 die, and as it says here, when I pass go, I collect the lower salary. I collect $100. Here's your 1 die. Great, thanks so much. I can't roll doubles, and don't get opportunities to move very far along the board.
Piff has run this experiment with hundreds of people on the Berkeley campus. The rich players are determined randomly by coin toss, the game rigged so they cannot lose. And yet, says Piff, despite their presumably liberal bent going in,
when we asked them afterwards, how much do you feel like you deserved to win the game? The rich people felt entitled. They felt like they deserved to win the game. And that's a really incredible insight into what the mind does to make sense of advantage or disadvantage.
So even though a subject like myself is just play acting,
you consistently find that I begin
to attribute success to myself, even though it's a coin flip that got me on this side of the floor as opposed to that.
You, like a real rich person, start to attribute success to your own individual skills and talents, and you become less attuned to all of the other things that contributed to you being in the position that you're in.
How is the American dream achieved?
Piff is part of a team headed by Dacher Keltner that studies the psychological effects of both absolute and relative poverty and wealth.
You can also ask, do people believe in this dream?
What they're studying is economic inequality, which, as our viewers probably know, is as high as it's been in almost a century in this country.
There are new data coming out on a daily basis from top laboratories showing no matter how you look at it, the effects of inequality are pernicious upon things like bullying on school playgrounds, the quality of your physical health, how you handle disease.
What's somewhat surprising, says Keltner, is that even the haves suffer.
One of the things that Wealth and Money does is it comes with a set of values, and if you want a deeper ideology, and one of them is generosity is for suckers, right? And greed is good. But it turns out there are a lot of new data that show if you're generous and charitable and altruistic, you'll live longer, you'll feel more fulfilled, you'll feel more expressive of who you are as a person. You probably will feel more control and freedom in your life.
Of course, there are plenty of wildly generous rich folks. Just look at the growing list of billionaires who've pledged to give the bulk of their fortunes to charity. And 6, I got a doubles again, but statistically speaking, there's a significant tendency to look out for number 1 if you're at the top. What do I got?
Oh, you got to get out of jail free.
Oh, excellent. That's very nice. Although I could probably, given the fact that I'm the rich person, get bailed out. And as Piff observed when he ran this experiment with hundreds of doggedly friendly Berkeley types, those in the role of top dog began to bark like one. And so I get the $200.
Yeah, you get $200.
Well, give me $140 because I'm going to buy Mediterranean.
Okay, done. Now listen to the way that you just spoke to me. It was very directive, almost like a demand. But we found consistently with people who were the rich players that they actually started to become, in their behavior, as if they were like rich people in real life. They were more likely to eat from a bowl of pretzels that we positioned off to the side. They ate with their mouths full, so they were a little ruder in their behavior to the other person.
While I was thanking God no pretzels were present, Piff continued. Those arbitrarily assigned the role of low dog became more nearly man's best friend.
If I take someone who's rich and make them feel psychologically a little less well off, they become way more generous, way more charitable, way more likely to offer help to another person.
So when people are playing this Monopoly game and they're in the poor person role that you're playing, they, if they were rich in real life, become more understanding, more compassionate?
Not just in this game of Monopoly, but in a whole bunch of other experiments that we've run where we make rich people feel poor or poor people feel rich. You find the same kinds of differences.
Differences that could conceivably help people understand their subconscious biases and perhaps even moderate the costly effects of economic inequality. But until that happens, we'd suggest you look both ways before crossing.
Okay. So I know, specifically about what underpins all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get the idea?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious. And I mean, it's what you start to realise is that this is all humans. But the unfortunate thing is that the majority of humans, feed that bad wolf from time to time.
Yeah.
They get these notional faulty ideas in mind, and that's where all the trouble comes from. Every single bit of trouble on this planet comes from a faulty notional idea that has no basis in reality.
Yeah, that greed is a powerful thing on some people.
It's this survival instinct in all the self-survival instinct. That's the fundamental driver. That's the bottom line object. And it's in everyone. And it's just that, you get put into certain situations, you can become victim to those circumstances. However, the choices are always present, because that's the nature, right? And the thing that helps the person, stop being a troublemaker or whatever is to make them aware of this condition and get them to take, full control of it. This also relates to all religious and spiritual contexts, because this is the duality of good and evil. This is the real place that it comes from. So it doesn't come from fucking gods and heavens and demons. It comes from these survival instincts. This explains just about everything, really.
Yeah.
Who's up for another video? Or if you want to talk, let's talk.
Sure.
Okay, I'll get it. So this is where we see the same, or we see this duality in nature. This one runs for about 3 minutes.
The Kikarok troop is the one I started with 30 years ago. And they were your basic old baboon troop at the time, and which means males were aggressive and society was highly stratified. And then about, by now, almost 20 years ago, something horrific and scientifically very interesting happened to that troop.
The Kikarok troop took to foraging for food in the garbage dump of a popular tourist lodge. The trash included meat tainted with tuberculosis. The result was that nearly half the males in the troop died.
In that troop, if you were aggressive, and if you were not particularly socially connected, socially affiliated, you didn't spend your time grooming and hanging out, if you were that kind of male, you died.
Every alpha male was gone. The Kikarok troop had been transformed.
And what you were left with was twice as many females as males, and the males who were remaining were, just to use scientific jargon, they were good guys. They were not aggressive jerks. They were nice to the females. They were very socially affiliative. It completely transformed the atmosphere of the troop. And when new adolescent males would join the troop, they'd come in just as jerky as any adolescent males elsewhere on this planet, and it would take them about 6 months to learn, we're not like that in this troop. We don't do stuff like that. We're not that aggressive. We spend more time grooming each other. Males are calmer with each other. You do not dump on a female if you're in a bad mood. And it takes these new guys about 6 months, and they assimilate this style. And you have baboon culture, and this particular troop has a culture of very low levels of aggression and high levels of social affiliation. And they're doing that 20 years later.
I would say what we've learned from the Whitehall study, from the study of the non-human primates, is the conditions in which people live and work are absolutely vital for their health. This may sound a little fanciful, but I think what we're trying to create is a better society. The implications, both of the baboons and of the British civil servants, is how can we create a society that has the conditions that allow people to flourish. And that's where this is heading, to create a better society that promotes human flourishing.
So what do baboons teach the average person in there? Don't bite somebody because you're having a bad day. Don't displace them in any sort of manner. Social affiliation is a remarkably powerful thing, and that's said by somebody who lives in a world where ambition and drive and type A-ness and all of that sort of thing dominates. And one of the greatest forms of sociality is giving rather than receiving, and all of those things make for a better world. Another one of the things that baboons teach us is if they're able to, in one generation, transform what are supposed to be textbook social systems sort of engraved in stone, we don't have an excuse when we say there's certain inevitabilities about human social systems.
Okay, short one, but a good one. Because why? We see the two wolves, or the two instincts, basically, within the baboon fraternity. Circumstances. Welcome aboard, Tommy.
Good evening and welcome to this month's Pritzker Lecture.
Oh, hang on.
I'm good.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good. So you can see from that video that you had the two outcomes, right? The selfish model in the baboon community, and because of circumstances changing, they shifted to the herd behaviors. And, you know, those two characteristics of that two wolf story are evident quite clearly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
That's cool. Oh, could you do me a favor before I forget? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you give me the name of your book again? Because when I refreshed, I lost the link in the chat.
Oh, okay. Now, the part I recommend that you consider reading, because I do introduce some other perhaps interesting comments, because I don't discount it until I can prove it's discounted. But if so that's the link there. If you read the 5 sections on basically the you know, like the history of or the, what do I call it, the theory. Oh, I can't think now. Gone blank. But there's five chapters or 5 sections of history that I look at.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you'll find the most value, and you get an interesting perspective of the political dynamics around the time of Jesus.
Cool. Is that available on Amazon?
Oh, I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
I don't know, simply. I think someone did actually put an Amazon link up, linking to it, so quite possibly it is.
I got one of those Kindle readers.
Yeah, I published through Author House. I think they might have put it out there.
Cool.
So what was Prophet he's on about? So talking about conspiracy theories, Phantom Prophet. So I don't get into those sort of theories. I mean, I'm conscious of them, and I actually got some explanations for some that I think are actually quite real, and I link them right back through history. That's an effort that Down and I may turn into a book one day, and it's a sort of like a the follow-up story of this religious analysis. But I sort of thought about that phenomena, you know, and you know the power structures around the globe and the empires and all the wealthy people and all that sort of shit. But at the end of the day, I mean, you've only got two choices. You either confront them as a revolution, so that requires that you get the forces of revolution together, or you take on the, you know, the soft underbelly. And the soft underbelly is the religions. And you attack those, because if you can actually win the day on the theological debate and prove the position there, then it begs the second question. If it's not true that God inspired these books, that they're actually written by men for political reasons, if that's actually a true statement, then who did what to who when? And Dan and I are working on exposing that, because I've done quite a bit of early research on following the Roman Empire through history and the Persian Empire. They're the two forces that emerge from the religious story. So, Phantom, so I don't engage really on I don't get involved too much on I have, but I don't, you know, I don't really like to get too involved on the conspiracy theories, because there's also a lot of ideas that emerge that are, you know, faulty assumptions. Yeah, that's right. It is a minefield, and yeah, and the thing is, you know, if you don't have, well, see, here's the other problem, right? And this is what I've just learnt recently. Because 98%, what did we say, Benny? 98%? 98% of the population have this ego mind thing going on. Yeah, 98. Have this ego mind thing going on. You know, you're pissing in the wind, because the ego mind will spot the proposition that you're going to put up is a threat to the ego mind, you know, the selfish sort of model of the world. It's true, Benny. And that's why you end up looking like the minority. That's why the conspiracy folks end up being marginalised, because of that very fact. I mean, to give you a smaller scale example, ever been in a room where now, Angry, you behave yourself in here, dude.
Just in case you're wondering, Rob, I'm not a troll. That.
Yeah, well, hang on a minute, dude. Don't get angry. All right. If I say something, I mean it. And if you take offence to it, that only confirms it to me. But when you sit with the trolls, right, and you take their position, I'm going to lump you into the troll community. What you got to do with me, mate, is you've got to, if you think I'm in the wrong, come and have a chat first. Don't make assumptions. Well, actually, that's timely. That's timely, Angry. So what the ego mind does, and you can spot it once you know what you're looking for. The ego mind makes assumptions all the fucking time, trying to match back to their worldview. And if you confront that, you know, you say, call them out and say, well, give us the evidence, right? This is where the fight starts. And because it's held in the majority, then you get the mob mentality that we saw in Brother John's room towards sugar. They don't like being exposed.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, your turn, mate. Go.
Alright, well, I'll be honest, I don't really care about this whole debacle. And, regardless, whether you think I'm a troll or not, I do think your spelling is atrocious. Like, literally.
I don't care, mate. I just never... I could stop and, you know, do it, but I'm typing in such a... And I think maybe the nails and that, I just simply don't care. I mean, I know that the person receiving the text understands the context, so there's no need to pause to, you know, do spelling checks and that. Plus, you know, it just... You see, good folk, people that are, you know, of good character, they don't give a shit about spelling mistakes. They're just looking for, well, what are you saying? If they get the meaning, then that's it. They move on. Hey, Benny, do you do Benny does spelling mistakes. Why don't you pick on Benny? I don't.
Well,
Yeah, see, Benny does typo. See, us good folks, we just say, yep, fine, that's true. We don't tell lies. I think it's worse when people tell lies, Angry. Myself.
Well, yeah. But, there is a way this can be settled. That's if you conversate with, people like Damien and all. Just be like, hey, hear me out. But don't try to do what you normally do, which is, like go straight in their face about this is, my way, not. Just try to talk to them like human beings.
See, I was right. You're still in camp troll. Now, let me explain why I do what I do. Right? I am an enlightened person, so that's actually a true statement. Which means that I know what a person's agenda is. I can pick it up pretty quickly. And if they're a troll or a bully, I'm going to stand up to them. I'm going to call them out. And I know that when I do that, that they're going to react in certain ways and that they'll tell fibbies and lies and all the rest of it. And unfortunately, the reality is that 98% of folks have got this ego issue. So the ego spots a threat or whatever, and it gangs up on that threat. That's fine. It's just reality. Deal with it. But are you talking about Deamo? DEAMO?
Well, I'm talking about pretty much everybody. You and everybody.
Yeah, well, hey, bring each one of them one by one into the room and I'll demonstrate to you that they have an ego. And in the process, hopefully you'll understand that I do not. Although it appears that way to you, I just don't. Benny, we don't have egos, do we?
Do you have an agenda?
Yes, I do. A very specific one.
What is that?
Global peace, basically. I want to hold to account every ego I come across or every faulty notional idea and help that person understand that they hold these faulty notional ideas about themselves and that they are
so
the
you want to achieve
ego.
world peace by talking to individuals?
Well, yeah, I've got a very specific strategy and we're right on track. So I'm learning a lot about...
Well, what do you think about getting rid of the people in the world who are corrupt and murder people and cause unrest and chaos and
yeah, I understand.
Killing their own people? What do you think about wiping those people out? The people who are anti-peace.
Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. Now,
sorry for coughing, guys.
Sorry, what's that? Angry?
I accidentally coughed and I'll go ahead and I'll just I hate doing that. I'll go ahead and say my part so I only were to come in to say hi.
Alright.
So basically I'll just say this. I'm not a troll. Like I'm not with neither trolls. I come from an outsider perspective and I'm gonna give my opinion on who I think is right and wrong.
Okay, you done, mate? Is that good?
Huh?
Are you finished?
Yeah, and yeah, like I said, I just wanted to come in and say hi, so
Yeah,
peace
okay,
out.
mate. Peace out, dude. Peace out. Now, to answer Tommy's question.
Yeah.
Tommy, I hold the view, and this experience, right, is enriching and is confirming the view, right? So currently I'm being heavily trolled by a bunch of trolls on internet trolls.
Mm-hmm.
I've elevated their position, so I'm standing up to the bullies and all the rest of that, and I'm observing their behaviours, and I'm very much in control of that whole situation.
What I'm asking, I guess,
no, I understand. I'm getting
passive. Are you passive?
No, I'm getting there. I'd like to explain it in my own way, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so, sorry, what's your position spiritually? Tommy, I should know, but I can't remember. Hey?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Well, I hold the view that Jesus is real, and I hold that with very strong conviction, and I follow his teachings, but not your version. Now, and reality doesn't change because ideas change. It's a constant. Now, what I hold quite strongly is that 98% of the population have an ego mind, or an idea in mind that doesn't have a basis in reality, right? And that's my definition of ego. Because that's their state, it's the precursor to all lies. That's where lies are born. Now, I'm dealing with these trolls because they're a primary example of that particular case. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work out a way to get them to accept the truth. If I can manage to achieve that, they're better people for it. Now, it turns out that the same condition applies. Now, don't take offense, but this is just where I'm coming from. I wrote the book, I did my research, so I can back up everything I say. The same condition applies to religion. There's a false idea held in mind, and it's been used politically over the years. If you can prove that premise, right, in a meaningful, accurate way, and people could see that the part of their religious teachings is political in nature, eliminate that error, you'll find that all spirituality comes back to the same place. The golden rule, love thy neighbour, is across all good spiritual teachings. And the Jesus teachings that I subscribe to is reflected, you know, across the globe. And you would expect that, you know, if it's about a universal description of spirituality across the globe, we would expect to see pockets of it everywhere. And that's my finding, that they actually are there. Now, here's the interesting thing. If you can prove that case, and I don't know whether it's possible or not, because, you know, these notional ideas about reality that may be faulty are very fixed, and it's by design. It's the way the human function works. It's why when you get someone with a bloody ego, they're very stubborn in letting go of that ego. So if you could prove that case, then that begs a very important question. Who politicized the religion, and why did they do it? And thankfully, history, and this is something that Dan and I are working on, history declares who they are and why they did it all the way through. And
okay.
You'll find...
Well, let me stop.
Wait a minute, I'll just finish by saying...
Okay, I don't think you're going to finish.
No, I will.
You're taking a long time to get here.
I know, I understand.
I just asked a simple question if you're a pacifist.
Yeah, but I know exactly where you're coming from, and I know your position, so I'm trying to be respectful of that information as well. So I'll just finish by saying, if you can break the belief paradigm, it begs certain questions, and those questions are already laid out in history, the answers are already there for us to discover, and those answers tell us specifically the cause of all of the conflict. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so
who's we?
I've got a big echo here. I don't know. Can I just mute you for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, there. That's better. Okay, so I'll just ride with your assumption that religions have a political motive, and in some cases they do. Maybe they all do. I don't know. There may be some politics behind it, or in front of it, or beside it, or carried along with it. I don't know. I mean, I have political biases too, and I try to, you know, having a worldview. I vote in the voting booth in a way that would, so that society would reflect my values. So that doesn't. The point is, though, that doesn't necessarily disprove my position or my religion. You know, like the Catholic Church back in the 1500s, 1400s, well, all the way through, had a big-time political, you know, they had a heavy hand over the whole nation, and pretty much, you know, they wanted to rule people. But the fact that they did that, and the fact that there was lots of politics involved, I'm not Catholic, but it doesn't necessarily invalidate their position or their religion. So I guess I'm trying to understand why you think proving that there's politics in it, around it, behind it, in front of it, whatever, necessarily invalidates anything from any position.
Okay. Who's that? Tony. Sorry, we just got to watch everyone that comes in because we might get when these trolls come in, they put pornography on the.
Let me just say one more thing too.
Yeah.
If I could, just real quick. You know, the atheist as well will have a political agenda. And so it would be akin to me saying, well, because the atheists have a political agenda that they ride with and certain positions that they push, then that necessarily invalidates the atheist position because it is involved in politics.
Yeah,
So
I hear what you're saying. The real enemy here to humanity, right, is this ego mind. It's not about attacking a spiritual thing. It's about understanding, well, what is the reality? What is the actual truth that goes on? And I promise you that all conflict, all empires, everything of that ilk and nature, lies, abuse, all of it comes from a specific situation where a human being has a notional idea about reality that wants to advance the self, and it's a faulty one. So you can have ideas about reality in your mind, but if they match reality, then it's not really defined as ego. It's only when it's a false idea that we have the issue. And that simple concept is the explanation for empire. That's exactly how empires are born, because it's all about greed, lies, and ego, all part of the self, all about selfishness. That's the key word. Selfishness is the big problem for humanity.
Okay, I agree. What you're saying though is, sorry, I got to mute you again because of the echo. Is that you're basically assuming though that these religions are false, and then therefore the ego is invoked or evoked, whatever the word is. And I don't think, I mean, that's an assertion on your part, you know, because like I said before, I mean, the Christian, you know, Christ could have died and resurrected, you know, came back to life, and, you know, is everyone's savior who believes. But then that could have descended into some nasty politics. But just because there's politics involved in ego and greed and all that things that follow that doesn't necessarily invalidate the initial, you know, the act or the, you know, the real life event.
Well, I can get awfully specific on that topics, but it would take quite some time.
Yeah, that's a different subject.
Well, no, it is precisely the topic, because what you're saying is that I'm making an assumption, and when someone says that to me, I say, well, no, I'm not. I'm quite prepared and ready, and I've got a whole book on it to demonstrate that I have researched this topic, and I have a whole basis of information to actually, you know, prove my assertion. But, you know, it just takes time.
Yeah, that's a big claim.
Well, I mean, it is. I wrote the book. There's the book.
Okay, well, I mean, I understand, but a book doesn't. One book from one person doesn't necessarily. I mean, that's a big claim to pretend to refute. You know that. I mean, you seem to agree that Christ was that Jesus was an actual person. So I don't know how you would go about for sure disproving the fact that, you know, he went to the cross and was died and came back to life and started the church. Church spread, you know, based on that event.
Yeah. Well, I understand your position, and there's a thing that I need to probably share with you before we go any further. So there's a phenomenon. Have you heard of the phenomenon of cognitive dissonance?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I have maybe a slight variation on the classical definition. I say that it only occurs because I know that you can't. It's impossible for me to go cognitive dissonance, right? when it comes to this particular subject of religion and spirituality. I've reached conclusions that match off to reality in my view, granted, but they're unshakable. But I guarantee to you that I could take any Christian or Muslim and push them into cognitive dissonance. How I do that, and it's not a deliberate attack on my part, this is just the way that we're designed. This is our reality. This is the duality of good and evil, all that sort of stuff, which I can explain all of that. But what cognitive dissonance for me is, it only ever occurs when there's a faulty notional idea held in mind that cannot be matched in reality. And when a person, or when that idea is confronted with something that the mind recognizes as a true threat to that idea, so it won't just react on any information, it has to recognize a true threat. That's the survival instinct. Then the person will go through a series of behaviors, right? A series of behaviors that are common across humans. Doesn't matter who you are. And you can't avoid it. It's impossible. Because that's just the nature of humanity. So, now that that's out of the road, so I mean no harm. And
why don't you present your best argument? I'm not saying I can debunk it. I'm just curious what it is.
Yeah, okay. But I just need you to know that, so that you understand that this is just part of our nature. If it should happen, if not, well, you know, well and good. Okay, so it starts with Cyrus the Great. Now immediately, I don't know, Tony, just a second, I just need to... Tony, can you just pop in the side chat and just say hello and who you are and why you're here?
What's up, mate? What do you need
Tony, no, you're right, Tony, apologies. I didn't realise it was you.
I wish I knew the history of Cyrus the Great. So I may be behind the 8 ball on understanding what you're getting at here, but go ahead.
It's not complex. The thing is, once you start with a whole plethora of information, but it actually condenses down to something quite simple, and you know, it's to do with this duality that we have inside us all. So Cyrus the Great, immediately you get a flag. The individual calls themselves the Great. He's also an emperor, right? An emperor or an empire is the civil, what would you say, the large community's version of the single person's ego. It's got all of the characteristics. It's got lies, it's got ego, it's got greed, all that shit going on, same as the individual. So this is the personality of Cyrus the Great we're dealing with. When we come to the days of Babylon, and he takes over from a guy called Nabonidus, so Cyrus the Persian conquers Babylon. The outgoing person is Nabonidus. What we see, and we have access to an artifact from that day, it's called the Cyrus Cylinder. On the Cyrus Cylinder, it says, or it does 4 very interesting things. It places Cyrus and his son in a relationship with Marduk. Now, Cyrus came from the Persian, from Zoroastrianism. That was his religion, which is interesting in its own right. But anyway, so that's the first thing. There's a relationship between humans and the god Marduk. The second thing that's interesting is Nabonidus, the outgoing ruler, is defiled. So they bad-mouth him in the propaganda. The next thing that's interesting is there's some building works programmed. And then the final thing is there's a genealogy written. Now, that is the genealogy is a common thing in literature through time. They would quite often in the history, particularly close to political religious relationships, you would see a genealogy struck. The reason they do that is that they try to rewrite history to reflect them. or roll into those people, or discount something that happened, or paint it in a different picture. So we've got those 4 different characteristics. Now we switch to the book of Isaiah. Just one sec. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Good morning.
Yeah.
My name is Roman Lesnik. This is Rob, yeah?
Who's this, sorry?
Roman Lesnik.
Yeah.
Yeah, I work at Victor's Morgan House. We took it for...
Oh, yes, I remember you, mate. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm okay. Yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. I just got company at the minute, though, so...
Sorry. What is the best time when I can ring you and we talk it?
Maybe 2 hours?
After 2 hours?
Yeah.
Thank you very much and very sorry for this.
No, lovely man. Great to hear from you.
All the best.
Yeah, you too, buddy. See ya. Gee, that's an interesting call. That's a guy I ran into. I only met him for a little time, but he hasn't forgotten me. Very strange. Okay, so where do we get to? So now we're in the book of Isaiah, right? The book of Isaiah. So the book of Isaiah, if you study it, you find the same 4 things evident, right? We see that Cyrus is related to Yahweh. We see that Jacob, a leader in the Jewish community, is defiled. We see the genealogy in the book of Kings, and we see a rebuilding program initiated. Now, switch up to modern times. In modern times, we've got the Kim dynasty. The Kim dynasty name themselves as gods. They do. They say to people they can read minds, and which are lies for political reasons, and for control of the people. So if I can read your mind, you're too scared to do anything wrong, right? Switch back now. So there's a thing called cult of personality, and you can see it through history. It's not just the Kims, and it's not just Cyrus the Great. The Romans did it. I don't know if the Greeks did it or not. I haven't researched that. But certainly there's plenty of instances where humans call themselves gods for political reasons. So back to Cyrus. We're told in the book of Cyrus, so we've got correlation, similar sort of form factor of what he did to the Babylonians, and he did this to the Jewish people 1 year later. You got to also look at the book of Isaiah in the bigger context. What are we told? We're told that the Jewish people, God is angry with them. If we actually look at the history, what we find is that for the preceding 100 years at least, the Jewish people have just been basically slaves or captives of empires. So they first belonged to the Assyrians, 740 AD. Then we come forward to 740 AD. We come forward to, I don't know the date of the off top, but I could dig it up. But we have the Assyrians, the Babylonians. Oh no, it was about 603 or 2 or something like that. The Babylonians take control of the Jewish folk, and then we move forward, and now the Persians own them, right? The propaganda says that, you know, Cyrus is a wonderful leader and he doesn't really care about religions, and that they're, you know, basically a free people, but in effect they're still slaves of an empire. And in the times of the prophecy, when they belonged to the Assyrians and the Babylonians, you know, the Assyrians treated them extremely badly. I mean, they used to put them on skewers. You know, that was a way of killing them. So they were pretty brutal, like the Assyrians. It's unrealistic, in reality, to expect that these people are putting a foot wrong. Remember, if we go back to North Korea, the North Koreans that believe this propaganda, they're afraid, and I can show you a video of this, they're actually afraid to think a wrong thought. So severe is the mind control. So it makes more sense that these people are under tight control and they just wouldn't put a foot wrong. So where's the harm or where's the foul? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But is it more sensible that, you know, empire building people, right? Remember, selfish assholes don't give a shit about anyone else. They just want to build their empire. Is it more likely that they would go on killing sprees as they spread their empire? And on that point, we can actually dig a bit deeper because there's, you know, we could look at things like the Battle of Karkar. And anyway, we won't go there. But all I'm trying to say is, I'm just trying to say that it doesn't make any rational sense that those Jewish people did anything to upset a god at all. It makes far more sense that Cyrus the Great was doing what he did with the Cirrus cylinder. He's doing exactly the same thing, and he's doing some religious propaganda for political reasons. I might just finish this. Oh, sorry, go. Yeah, cognitive dissonance, Tommy. That's what I told you.
On whose behalf?
You are going through cognitive dissonance. That's why I told you up front. But I want to just say to you, I know all the reactions. But Tommy, what I want to say to you, it's fine. It's fine. When we live in reality and we understand the truth as Jesus taught us, we're better people. We just simply, Penny, aren't we better people? Penny? Sure, we are. It's true. We're happier, we're freer, we understand the truth, and Jesus taught us. So I just want to make sure that you understand that that's an option. You're going through cognitive dissonance because you hold an idea that I'm conflicting. That's all.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is, sorry if I can reach you again, is because Isaiah said that God was upset with the Jewish people, you're pointing out that there was actually a legitimate political, reason behind that, and what does that prove? I mean, you don't believe that God, you don't believe that claim that God was behind it, but I don't know how. Then you could pin me being, dissonant, cognitive dissonance. It could be you for just simply not believing, or it could be maybe you're right. I mean, maybe there was a political event or something behind it, but then the claim could still be that God used that political event. I don't know. I mean, I don't really have a dog in the fight, but I don't understand really the argument that you're making.
Okay.
There's no real there's no way to prove it either way. So
yes, there is. Yes, there is.
No, but I'm saying even if there was a political agenda behind all of that, that still doesn't disprove that God maybe have been involved. And it doesn't matter to me if it was or not necessarily, but
I understand.
I don't see the magnitude of this anyway. I mean, how does this disprove? We were talking about, Jesus being the risen Savior. How does that even have anything to do with that?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you just rephrase that for me?
Oh, I thought we were talking about... Sorry, I gotta mute you. I thought we were talking about... I thought we were talking about Jesus, and you had acknowledged that he was a real person, but I had made the statement we were talking about politics, and I said just because there may be politics involved doesn't necessarily mean that the event didn't actually happen. So, and we got to talking about Jesus, and you said, well, I have evidence, and I can force you into cognitive dissonance, and so I thought we were going to be talking about your best evidence that Jesus may have been a real person, but didn't actually die on the cross and, rise again. So, but it went back to Isaiah, and I got confused as well because Isaiah was BC, not AD. So I kind of got lost in that story.
I understand. Okay. The only way, well, firstly, because I get into trouble with atheists, right? And I don't call myself an atheist. My preferred title is a realist. So what happens, and one of the big debates I have with them, they say Jesus never existed, and I say, no, that's not true. He did. And then I set about proving that, and I used the 7 Pauline letters and the timing of those letters and the fact that they went to 6 different congregations, so all those people, and it was all about this person called Jesus, and the fact that he's mentioned in the Bible. So, you know, I think I have a good case to prove Jesus, but I don't need to bother you with that because you're there. You hold the view that he existed, but you hold the view that, you know, miracles and all that are real. So I'm just trying to understand, what is it you want to know? So,
okay, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So you remember back in the Old Testament about Pharaoh and the plagues and all that. You know, assuming, you know, just for the sake of argument, let's just assume that it happened. You know, the biblical account is that God hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not let the Jews go, right? And so, but then you could, you know, we could both agree that the event happened, and the Jews' account would be that God caused it. And you would say, well, no, I mean, there was actually, you know, there's political motivation for Pharaoh, or some other motivation for Pharaoh to not let the Jewish slaves go. I'm saying there's no way to prove it one way or the other. You know, we both agree that maybe the event happened. Some do, some don't.
No. There is evidence, right, that talks against that proposition. So archaeologists and Egyptologists have been looking for evidence of the Exodus story.
I get it. I'm just making an example.
Yeah, but you said you basically tried to make a globalized statement that stated a position that we would be in agreement. But what I'm saying is, no, I can't agree with that, because the evidence on the ground says there was never any Exodus at all.
Well, that's a different topic. I'm just saying, in the same way. I'm just saying, in the same way that, I gotta mute you. That goes bad. In the same way that, you know, there may have been political background to what Isaiah was referring to. The same thing could have happened with Pharaoh, and I'm just saying, God could have been behind both or neither. I mean, but there's no way to know either way. There's no way for you to prove or to know with 100% certainty, and neither can I. So there's no way you can pin that I'm having cognitive dissonance.
No, I saw it in you, and you know, if you were perhaps to play it back, you'll see that your posturing changed, and you were struggling with ideas. I promise you. But anyway, it's not about a personal attack. This is just who humans are. We're all the same.
I'm saying we don't know. There is no way you can know. I'm the one that's being honest. You're the one that's not being honest.
Yes, I am. Let me try.
You don't know that God wasn't involved, and I don't either.
No, wait a minute. Listen to reflect on what I said, right? And the thing that sort of got you a little bit cognitive dissonance, because you recognised it. Well, no, you recognised the real threat. When I told you, because it makes logical sense, that God would not be, he had no case to be angry for those people because they were the slaves. They wouldn't have been bad people. And I brought you forward in time to demonstrate the behaviour. Look at the North Korean people, right? They don't run around being bad. They're too scared to, because they think their leader's a God who can read their mind. And we can prove that. We've got evidence for that, right? The other thing is, Isaiah 40:22. If you read that chapter, this is the one that everyone debates about, flat Earth or round Earth or whatever. But there's some more important information to consider in that presentation. What we're told is that Yahweh is placed in a throne which is in the form of an emperor. Right? That's a fact. That's what the Bible says. And he sits on the basically it's like a canvas or a tent that's stretched from horizon to horizon. He sits up there and he's watching all of the people on the ground. That's exactly the same form of situation that we get in North Korea. The God leader is watching you, so don't put a foot wrong. Now, when that description, right, they talk about the circle of the earth in the Bible, the circle of the earth, and, you know, the tent that stretches over it. That description makes perfect sense. If you were living in the 6th century BC, because you have no additional information, right, you would look at your world and you would say, well, you'd stand in the middle of nowhere, you'd look from horizon to horizon, and you say, my goodness, why, my senses tell me that we live on a circle. I'm not able to get on a boat to see anything wider than that, so I'm limited. And so I must take on board what my senses tell me, and it tells me I'm sitting on a circle. And that's exactly how it's recorded in the Bible. Then the next thing we know is we're told that the sky that God's sitting on is stretched from one horizon to another. Well, again, that makes perfect sense. I mean, even today we'd draw those conclusions if we had no additional information, because that's what we see. We see the sky, and they used to call it the firmament, and they used to think it was a solid object. But of course, nowadays we know different. We know different about that reality. I'm saying to you is that that was a political move by Cyrus the Great for mind control. If that's a true statement, we've got a couple of problems now, theologically, because we've got alleged prophecy written by the people, well, post-mortem, basically, and scholars actually agree with this position too, at least in part. They say that the last part of the book of Isaiah was written by the people that lived in Babylon in the days of Cyrus the Great. And it's in that part that Cyrus is placed in a close relationship with Yahweh. Yahweh is traditionally comes from the Jewish religions. I think the Canaanites, and he might have even been, I'm not sure about this, but I think I remember reading somewhere, he was a war god on the pantheon of gods. So it's all structured around the political agenda, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And there's plenty of evidence.
I mean, I don't know enough about Isaiah and biblical history to be able to debate any of this. I mean, it's, your word is pretty much all there is, because I don't have anything to add, because I know nothing about any of this topic. So, but
look what you just did, Tommy. Look what you just did.
I'm just saying I can't debate it.
Tommy. That's okay. I accept that. But look what you did. You got to look at the detail. Mm-hmm. You basically discredited me.
I
is the ego mind. No. Well, what I was going to say, I think if you watch it back, you actually did dismiss the argument. What I can do is I can give you links to everything I said that validate what I said is actually accurate.
Okay,
that's all.
Okay, fine. The only thing is, I've been debating atheists for a long time, and if there's anything that's true, there's one thing that's true, and that there's always two sides to a story, or sometimes even more sides. So
no, Tommy.
Don't just hang on.
Tommy.
I'm accepting it based on what you're saying.
Sorry, Tommy. Important point, right? There is only ever one reality.
No, I didn't say that. What I said is there's always different perspectives and two sides to the same story as far as the way we look at it. Different people look at, just like politics, conservatives and liberals can look at abortion from completely different viewpoints, vantage points, even though it's the same event. So that's all I'm saying, is that we all have different ways of looking at it, and I don't know. But I accept what you're saying. But I could do the same thing to you and force you into cognitive dissonance about several things I believe. very quickly and much easier than what you were attempting to do.
Look, I invite you to try, but it'll be impossible. You
Okay.
can't do it. The enlightened person knows the truth.
Okay.
And so you can't do it.
You're
impossible. Benny,
you're
is it possible?
okay. Let me try if I can.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to mute you. Okay, so when it comes to the creation of all the organisms in the biosphere, whether it be bacteria, humans, anything, there's no paper in science that will show or that will claim even that any mutation can add information. There's not one paper. There's also not one paper that shows any mutation can add new anatomy. So in other words, all the biological features in the whole biosphere and every organism are unaccounted for by way of the theory of evolution, and specifically mutations. And you're welcome to go look, but you will most certainly somehow, I'm guessing, dismiss that and continue to believe in a naturalistic theory of origins, regardless. So what's
my reaction? Can I read a Jesus? Can I read a Jesus saying to explain my position?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So this is Jesus that I understand to be the real person, and whom I have the highest regard for. They said to him, "Tell us who you are, so that we may believe in you." So you would appreciate that his students are coming from the Pharisee or Judaism sort of background. So for them, belief was a big deal, but for Jesus it wasn't. It was about knowledge and knowing. He said to them, "You examine the face of heaven and earth, but you have not come to know the one who is in your presence." He talks about the survival instinct, or what the truly living Father is, which is within all humans. Presence, and you do not know how to examine the present moment. So in other words, what he's saying that the answer to your spiritual inquiry isn't found anywhere outside yourself. Now what happens, and I see it all the time, and that's why I would never become an atheist. It used to infuriate me, the pointless bullshit that went on, and they'd make jokes about Christians and they'd gide them. You know, it was just a bloody game for their own pleasure, and that's the ego mind. And the Christians would get wound up on the other side, and the two would leave, having not achieved anything. Useless exercise. So, for me, it's about knowledge and learning and knowing, etc. So I see arguments about like creationism and, how were we created? How can you say that without a God? Well, I just don't care. I don't
You're
care.
You're avoiding my point. You're avoiding cognitive dissonance by avoiding my point.
No, it's there's no mood swings or any of that sort of stuff. What I'm trying to demonstrate to you
is you're avoiding my comment. My comment is that science has no papers that demonstrate or even claim that mutations can add new information or new anatomy. Therefore, it only follows that evolution did not happen, cannot happen, and is not scientific. And so for that claim that I'm saying, I'm curious what your reaction is to that specific comment.
I don't care.
Okay, well you're just avoiding it.
No, it has nothing to do with spirituality.
But you will still believe in evolution.
Yeah, I pretty much, I'm definite on evolution.
So functionally, you're in cognitive dissonance.
No, not really, because true cognitive dissonance has to have the behavioral things that you experience. You were feeling.
No, it doesn't. I say it doesn't. I thought cognitive dissonance means in the face of true and actual facts, you just, or the person just, brushes those aside and chooses not to believe them or applies them.
No, that's not cognitive dissonance at all. There are some very specific behavioral outcomes when the person has those two conflicts in mind. What happens is this: the person will begin and credit to you, Tommy. You didn't do any of this. I got to say, I'm very impressed with your ways. You're a dude that's probably that close to enlightenment. It's not funny. Now, no, I'm not joking.
Thank you.
I know how to read people. Well, the thing, and see, you acknowledge that. I've got a question for you. Here's my ultimate test, Tommy. You afraid of death?
Yeah. I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid of dying.
Really?
I'm not afraid of the afterlife.
Okay, all right. Yeah, all right. Well, see, people that are enlightened, and I tested, and they're not spiritual or anything like that, but so they're just good people. They feed the good wolf all the time, and that's you. I can tell. You're considerate of other people. We see this in all your behaviours. You didn't get frustrated when I didn't mute. You know, you just kept respectfully muting because you needed to have that outcome. So you got the good. You're feeding the good wolf. You got the good stuff going on. So I test my family when I work this stuff out, and in each instance, they just said no. They didn't beat around the bush, and you know. So I run that test every now and then, just to check.
What do you say? They said no about what?
So you ask them, are you afraid of death? And they, without hesitation, they just say no, and then they want to move on to the next topic.
Well, I think there's two different questions. I mean, there's death, there's what happens after death, and there's actually the process of dying. So I think they're two different things.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I understand what you're saying.
the physical doesn't really appeal to me. That whole not being able to breathe at the very end is quite, distressing. But afterwards, no, I have no.
Yeah, I think I think the answer is no, Tommy, because you don't sort of. It's not something that occupies your mind. Would that be a fair comment?
As far as the afterlife, I just have peace about it. I just feel that I'm in good hands.
All right. But I don't know where we went then, but basically, I've seen some evidence that sort of ties. So I look at it from this point, right? I now know the absolute cause of morality, the good and the evil. It tests out every single time. Oh, I didn't finish the discussion on cognitive dissonance, did I? Sorry.
I'd like the other one though. the what you were just saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming you're meaning the ego or selfishness is the root of all evil.
Well, selfishness. So inside or part of every human's makeup is these two primitive survival instincts, and one's about survival of the self, and the other's about survival of the herd. Right. So this is the basis for good and evil. That's the bottom line. Doesn't get any lower than that. That's exactly where it all comes from. And everyone's got it going on. Everybody. And that's a wonderful thing because it gives us the opportunity, if we can make people aware of this reality, then things will start to change on this world.
Well, but a lot of people don't care. You know.
Well,
for example, they may. Let's just take the abortion debate, just for example. I mean, they may acknowledge that, yeah, it's not probably a great thing to go killing these babies and stabbing their heads and sucking the brains out, but they rationalize it by saying, well, it's giving the mother freedom. So I don't know what my point is, but the point, I guess my point is just that people have a way of rationalizing selfish or evil actions by saying, well, I've got to do this, and in their minds that overpowers or overrules any negatives that come along or that may be associated.
Well, here's the thing I understand now, and I'm going to check with my good enlightened friend Benny. The justice is built in. Justice is built in.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Benny agrees as well. Now, if that's the case,
karma, something like that.
Yeah, we call it karma or whatever, but it's just built in. Well, I'll give you an example, right? These trolls that have been hounding me. Now, they aggravate me, and it's not just me. They do it to Christians, all the time. They're bloody nuisances. But and they ruin the fabric of probably what could be great conversation and great learning that the internet offers. They really disturb that, and so we should make every effort to stamp that behaviour out, and then we can get a really rich experience of communication across the globe happening. So, you know, it's not something to be treated too lightly. But those trolls that have been trolling me, now I stand up to them, and what I do is, in standing up to them, I give them the true state. So they have a false state in mind. Now, you've got to remember, they're still people, and potential of being great people as well. They're just caught up in their ego bloody heads. And
yeah,
so
but okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I was just going to say that I don't disagree with you, but I think there's you think that that it all boils down to the ego, but see, I would say that there's more upstream causes to that. You know, like for example, I think a lot of this, see what you're describing on here, these trolls coming on here really irritates me too, because it really does get in the way of a healthy and productive conversation and, you know, airing things out and sharing ideas. You just can't in a lot of situations because people, they're basically immature. And there's a lot of people who just never grew up. Now, I would say that there's a lot of things that contribute to that. I would say one thing maybe they're on some sort of medication or maybe they do drugs, or maybe they had bad parents, or maybe they had a bad childhood or abused, or there's a variety of things. I know you won't agree, but I think one's spiritual state or condition is a player in that. You know, like if you think you have no, I'm trying to say, if you have no consequences of your actions, then you're probably more likely to act like a complete ass. You know, so there are lots of things that can come into play that would cause someone to, as you say, you know, stroke their own ego, or you know, put more emphasis on the ego and less on other people. So, what I guess basically I'm saying what you're claiming is an effect to my causes. I would say what I'm suggesting is the cause and the ego is the effect. I know there's a way to look at it the other way, but I think just, you know, when people are born again, that it changes their person. So, you know, like they become a lot of times you'll notice, friends and family will notice a complete change in character and values and the way people act and the way they speak and the way, you know, the things they do are against their prior nature. And so, yeah, I mean, I think the ego and selfishness, whatever you want to call it, this me thing going on is unhealthy, but ultimately I think that is subject to other forces.
And they are, what are the other forces?
Well, as I said, I mean, I think your upbringing, or if you were abused, or if you're using drugs, or, you know, if you're drunk, or if you just never grew up, you know, that kind of stuff.
Got to understand. But what you're talking about is the circumstances that the person experiences as they go through life, and in response to those experiences, they form a notional idea about reality that's false, and reality and themselves that's false.
I think they can shape you.
Sorry?
I said I think they can shape you in some ways. Some experiences can actually shape you, like abuse or bad parenting can actually mold you.
What I'm saying to you, Tommy, it's still a faulty notional idea about reality that's held in mind. You know, they might acquire guilt, right, where guilt is not deserved. So in an abuse situation, the person then says, it's my fault. Now that's not an accurate reflection of the reality. So the fix for that person is to actually introduce the idea, or the correct idea, that no, you're not responsible for the abuse. Let's examine the situation. Can you see? And then that, you know, that then resolves the issue and they can move on. So my view is, and Benny, just checking, see if you agree, but my view is the baseline, or the original issue is always the faulty idea held in mind about the self. Always. In all cases. No exceptions. And the other side of the equation is, right, remember, yes, Benny agrees. Now, on the other side, don't forget what you know to be God, because, you know, you have real experiences in reality, right? And they're affirmed. It's just different vernacular. You've got a different way of describing it than perhaps I do, but the experience and the reality itself is still very real, right? So it's not about denying experiences and reality. On the other side of the coin, we still have that herd instinct, right? It's always in play. So it's not just one. It's always about the two elements, right? And it's the herd instinct that gives birth to authentic love. It's the herd instinct that gives birth to authentic joy. And it's the birth instinct that's the holder of truth. It's only where the faulty ideas exist in mind that lies are born. That's the self side of it. And that's just the way it is, you know, and no matter, you know, how long we go through life, those things don't change.
Are you equating the herd instinct with loving your neighbor as yourself?
Absolutely.
Okay, are those synonyms? I'm trying to understand what that means, the herd, what you're saying.
Okay, all right, so...
Herd mentality.
No, not herd mentality. It's the herd survival instinct. So in nature, right, because my Jesus, right, he says that it's within, right? The Father, the living Father, the kingdom of heaven is within, and we are to know that we are children of the living Father. So basically he's saying, you know, it's the fabric of who you are. In other words, we are the gods. Right, every single one of us.
Mm-hmm.
What is this thing called God from that perspective? Well, it's the herd instinct. What is the herd instinct? If you look into nature, consider for a moment a herd of wildebeest. What's their survival plan or their strategy? Well, what they do is they stay in close formation. How do they do that? They have to keep a very close eye on their neighbour. Keep in that formation. I think that's the birth in nature. That's the fundamental expression of the herd instinct. Right, so the herd's not about the self. And if you have a look at those communities, right, they all look uniform. Even if you look at shoal of fish. So there's no standout individuals. It's only when you step out to the other side and we look at the lion's pride or the baboon community, that we see a different model. It's all about the survival of the alpha beast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, that's a reflection of nature. That's held in us. Yeah.
Well, there's probably a time and place for both, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, Tommy, with respect to your spiritual position, your spiritual experiences will not be any different from any other person. We just label them, right, with a different, because, you know, when it comes to experience, so I'm not talking about doctrine now, I'm just talking about when you read scripture and then you relate it to your personal life,
mm-hmm.
It's exactly the same thing that this Jesus here, the real dude, is talking about. And it's very, very, very real.
So you're saying you're functionally a theist. You just don't believe in God, in a way.
No, I wouldn't like to do that. I don't like the label theist because then you put people into camps. I hate the idea of... I see all humanity as the same, period.
Okay, well, you seem to be promoting the idea of love your neighbor as yourself. You call it, you know, the herd thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that you're basically agreeing with what the Bible is teaching and preaching. You just want to attach a God to it.
The religious texts over time, they weren't built just for political reasons. They had to carry in those political reasons the wisdom teachings. Otherwise, they have no credibility because you can't give them to a community and say, here, follow this text, because over time the community would say, well, hang on, where's the value? What are you trying to show me? Right? So the wisdom's still embodied. That's why you see 51 of the Jesus sayings from the Gospel of the Gospel of Jesus recorded by Thomas. That's why you see 51 of those sayings brought across, because the people that put those, you know, they needed the true story for everything to work. So, you're making me tired, dude.
It's getting close. Well, no, yeah. About an hour away, I guess. But I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you know, when it comes to the real meat in the sandwich, we're all talking about the same thing. I mean, that was something that I learned quite early in the process.
Why do you suppose so many atheists don't see eye to eye with you? If, you know, so many atheists don't, you know, they clash with Christians, and they seem to be very egocentric, you know, to use your terminology.
I understand why. Because with me, when they see me say Jesus, they put a Christian hat on my head, and then they treat me in that way, right? And that's just the way the story goes.
It's probably because you sound like a Christian.
I probably do. I am a strong supporter of Jesus, probably one of the strongest supporters on the planet. But you know, here's the thing. You know what I think the failing is? You start on you have a discussion, and you talk about the intellectual perspective. Try someday having a talk with the person on just the basic spiritual things. So the things that you find that enrich your life, and if you can get communication at that level, you'll find that the atheist has got the same spiritual stuff going on, because those basic things I spoke to you about, they're here, they're in everybody. So in other words, the atheist who you see as a threat to your position as a Christian, and Christians who see your threat, if you drop down a level and just spoke about just pure spirituality, you'd find a common ground. It couldn't be any other way. And you'd help them more. You'd help them more if you dealt with them on ego issues, confronting their ego. But it's a big task.
The Bible says that the Lord is not far from each of us. So I think on some level you may be sort of right, but you know, so many atheists. Sorry, I got to mute you again.
Sorry.
I don't know. They almost rebel against anything and everything that sort of smacks of God or those types of values. And so, you know, that manifests itself in politics and pretty much every which way they see the world. And so I think it's from that we end up clashing. Because they kind of subconsciously just, you know, a lot of the values and wisdom and stuff of the Bible just sort of rubs them the wrong way. So it's hard. That's why it's hard for Christians and many atheists to get along at all, you know.
Well, the way to win the debate is this. We've sort of honed it down to a very specific thing, but it's a difficult, it's a short, sharp battle. It's short and sharp, but it can only resolve in evolve to cognitive dissonance. What you do is what an atheist will do is he'll make a sweeping generalization. You've got to hold him to account to that, right?
Got your phone?
Hey? Oh. Who, Dan?
Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, one sec here. I'm going to turn my thing on here.
Can you hear me?
Who's that, Benny? Oh, hang on. Dan, can I just finish talking to Tommy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Tommy, what I'm saying is the most effective way to handle the debate is you've got to hold the discussion, you've got to hold the discussion to the specific evidence that they base their assertion on. And that's it. It isn't any more complicated than that. But that leads to an argument. They'll do the dance. They'll try and dance around all over the joint. But you've got to hold ground and hold them to the specific.
Hey, Benny, am I being broadcast?
And it's got to be based. Your position's got to be based on fact. Hey. I can see a person in the background.
Hey, Rob, still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to say hello. Say hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
And now I'm gonna put my foot in it. Possibly. Are you Down's mother?
He wants to know your mom. Yes.
Yes.
He's not a bad boy. We've had to work on him a little, but he's coming around.
Okay.
Just wave at the camera then. Say goodbye.
Bye.
See ya. Nice to meet you.
Bye. Yep.
Yeah, good one, mate. Good one. Good one.
Hey,
Okay,
Rob,
well, we probably, yeah.
Well, I don't know if you wanted to. I don't know if you want to do some exploration of cognitive dissonance on her.
Because Mum's Christian, or?
Not really sure what she is. She doesn't go to church, but I think she still believes in that stuff.
Okay. No cognitive dissonance for mums.
Yeah, but that was interesting. She stopped by to drop something off, so I thought I'd let her come on and say hello.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Well done. Hey, well, we've sort of dominated the chat for a bit. I got to take a quiet.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry, Tommy Hall, you still there? Sorry. Go ahead and fit.
That's okay. It's okay. I wanted to give it back to the guys. I just got to go to the toilet.
Yeah. Because I enjoyed hearing the topic. I think it was pretty good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys, but I just wanted to give Rob a shout out there is all. Welcome to the hangout, Tony. I kind of sat back and lurked while you guys were talking, and it was a pretty good discussion.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I saw you talking to
Oh, thanks. Yeah, sorry, I was doing two things at one time here.
No. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, we gave you a little break then. Yeah, I just had somebody in my family just say hello to Rob was all. But
okay.
Okay, here's the thing. I'll wait for Rob to come back here, but here's the thing that I've been noticing on Google is that the quality of Hangouts is going downhill drastically because a lot of the intelligent people have been driven off of here by the trolls. And this is why I support Rob in challenging these stupid trolls. You know, he's trying to stop the trolling from taking place here, and I wish more people would follow suit on this, Tommy, because the trolls just want to tell fart jokes and call people's houses and do other stupid shit, and it's really affecting the quality of the Hangouts.
Yeah, I mean, I love this kind of thing. I mean, I love talking to Christians, but I really like talking to atheists who I can actually carry a conversation with, you know, and doesn't devolve into name calling and that kind of thing. So I think what it is on these Hangouts is a lot of the Christians and atheists have discussed issues with each other for months, and some of them longer than that, and they kind of just got to the point where they're throwing their hands up, you know, and this goes to both sides. But you know, when neither side is going to budge, then, you know, there's sometimes it'll kind of devolve into that kind of thing. But I think you're right. I think, you know, and it helps to get new blood in here occasionally too, because it's always kind of fun to pick people's brain, and that's why I want to get in here and talk to Rob, because I've seen him, but I never really got a chance to you know, sort of compare notes and bounce things off of him. I didn't know he was this philosophical, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, he has a lot of topics that he can give input on, which is something the trolls don't like. You know, the trolls. One of the trolls is actually a Muslim, and he's egged Rob's house. He's sent food to his house. He's called Rob's house, etc., because he doesn't like the fact that Rob brings this information to the table, in wanting to end Islam and end religion in general. But Rob's really taken it to task to point out the hypocrisies of Islam. And so this one guy, he goes by the name of Vlad or Trollo Lolan, or his real name is Satya, and he does all this crap to Rob because Rob speaks out against Islam, and it's ridiculous, man. Like, people on here take stuff, they get so butthurt because of Rob that they have to take it into the real world and try to fuck with somebody.
Oh, I don't know. I'm surprised they're having that much of an issue with Rob because he's mild mannered, and I mean, what else can he ask for? I mean, nobody on here is going to agree with any, the next person or any person fully, completely about anything. I mean, and a lot of us are, diametrically opposed in a lot of ways. But, all we can ask for is that people are, generally courteous and, at least try to be friendly and let people talk occasionally. And so if you do that, I mean, in my book, you're good. That's just the basics, Just be nice, sort of nice, and let people talk and have a regular, genuine conversation. And but that seems to be more difficult for some than others.
Now, I know personally of people that have false flagged you or tried to false flag you, Tommy, as well, and they need to realize that when they false flag so many times that Google will ban you as a false flagger. Google won't tolerate that shit either, the false flags. Is that pretty accurate, would you say? Google has that.
How do you know if someone flags you? I don't even know. I've got a YouTube channel with some videos on it, but I kind of have steered clear from the whole Great Debate issue lately because I don't even want that kind of attention. But
that's what happens, though. You kind of hit the nail on the head. Is that as soon as you have that Great Debate thing out there, the false flaggers will come out there, the trolls, they'll all jump on you, and it's really ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I kind of stopped, but I didn't know I was getting any flags. I guess does YouTube contact you when someone flags your video?
Not necessarily. Like if somebody flags you but they don't act on it, they're not going to notify you of it. But it doesn't mean that people aren't false flagging you. Google is being perceptive enough though that they realize that, hey, this one person's already flagged this guy's video like 20, 30 times. And he's flagging this and flagging that, and if they have a lot of flags on there, they have a lot of activity of flagging others, they will ban that account as a false flag account.
Golly.
But no, I mean, like I said, I like all the dynamics, though. Like, everybody's knowledge base is a little different, and the perspectives and the insight, and they all come together in Hangouts like this. And this is what Google Hangouts is about. Google Hangouts is not about the troll mentality and all the troll, Rob and I call it a troll mob, okay? You have mobs of people that all basically turn feral and start trolling just because they're part of the group, So one person in the group starts it, and then they all kind of take part in it because, hey, this person's my friend, so I'm gonna troll with them. They're my friend, and it just gets out of control, man, and it's really counterproductive to the conversations, the intellectual conversations that we want to have on here. It's very, very frustrating to have to deal with that every day.
Well, not only that, but I mean you and I mean me. It's what's really bad is when you actually create a legitimate enemy. Someone who hates you, and then you start getting followed and attacked and threatened. And that kind of thing. So that's when it's really bad. I mean, it's bad enough on Hangouts and irritating and time wasting, but you start getting into the real world stuff where people start threatening you or your house family and all that, and it gets nasty and not fun anymore.
That's exactly it, though. Is that these people are so. Rob has made them look like fools, and they're so upset by it. They're so upset that Rob was right about what he pointed out that they take it to that next level.
Yeah, it's just but again, it's still just the same phenomenon where you've got this selfish thing going on, and you notionally hold ideas about reality that are incorrect or imperfect,
Well, Rob, I'm just trying to understand because you are an atheist, or you don't believe in God.
I'm a realist. Hang on, Tommy. I'm a realist.
Okay, sorry. So you believe in evolution, which wouldn't rub them the wrong way. You probably, I'm guessing, are you politically left of center, Democrat or liberal or however you want to say it? You're probably conservative. I'm guessing.
No, well, I don't like politics actually because they were, too far one way or too far the other for my liking.
I'm just trying to figure out how and why you are rubbing the atheists the wrong way that they would get that upset with you.
Jesus.
Because you believe Jesus was an actual person?
Oh, I know he was.
I mean, I'm saying that's why they're getting upset at you?
I think so, largely. Okay. I can remember one bloke, I just said to him, look, Jesus was a real person, and I can prove it. And we started on that debate, and I pulled up a Wikipedia article, and they don't like it if you use Wikipedia. And I said, look, most of the scholars, right, the majority, it says it here in the article, and there's 4 book references to back up that claim that the majority of scholars held the view that Jesus existed. And he said a comment that he made a comment, and this is common, right, of people that are, working from the ego, right? They won't, and remember, the ego that I talk about, there has to be a disconnect between the idea and reality. So he made a statement, and he said no scholars. So he just made it, blanded it out. He said no scholars believe that Jesus existed. And he said that was his blanket statement. And so I said, all right, well, where's your evidence? And of course, that was the beginning of a long-running battle, basically, that he continually avoids. He completely avoids it, ignores it, shuts it out, that he actually made that statement. And if I could get him back to hold him to account on that statement, he's got to ultimately admit that he's lying. Again, ego, it's all related to ego. So, but I'll put it to you this way, right? If you stand up to the bully, you get, they fight back, try and defend their lies, And I just don't. I won't walk away. I just don't, There's no way I'll take a backward step, and because of that, it escalates, and that's why it's got to the stage it has.
Yeah, I've tried different tactics. I mean, ultimately, I guess I wished I was better at confrontation, but I'm just not particularly good at it. So, for me, it is what it is on here, and I used to try to be a little more confrontational when people raise that level of confrontation up, and I don't know. I think it's better for me anyway, just to sort of let them do their thing, and then hopefully, if I can add anything to the conversation as far as a calmness, then maybe that'll rub off on them. And some people it does, and actually I've noticed some people it makes them worse. when you can you demonstrate you're going to stay calm and not get rattled in a explosive situation, it actually makes them worse.
Yeah, but remember, right, the basics will never change because it's hardwired in. That's the fabric of who we are as humans. It's this notional idea held in reality. So the task that you've got to win the day, the nature of it has a definite stream of events. And I haven't worked out the end game yet, but basically I know all of the markers. I know exactly what happens. You got to hold the mirror up. I'm convinced of that, right? I'll describe it this way. Imagine, and you'll know what I mean when I say it, but imagine you're walking down the street and there's a person being beat up. And there's a group of other people walking down the street as well. I guarantee to you the majority of people will be selfish. They'll justify it in some way in their mind, but they will walk on by. But within that group, you might get one person that'll actually step up and go over and help the person. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. if we take the option of walking on by, the bully continues, and he goes on, and it continues and it continues and it continues to persist. You got to stand up to the bully, because the next person that they attack might be naive or whatever, and they can actually do some terrible harm. Actually, what they do is quite harmful when they really get fired up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, they can be really, really, you know, it can evolve into something quite harmful. I mean, on the internet, they absolutely destroy the fabric of communication. You know, what should happen when you get into a room with an individual, you should be able to share your point of view, you should receive the other person's point of view, and then you should debate about the facts of their information, get into the specifics, and in that process, you should all learn. The person that's got the right information, they should get affirmation that they do hold the right information, and the person that didn't have the right information, they should get some new information. So everyone benefits. But these little buggers, they just interfere with that sort of situation. But I'm just saying that we shouldn't be like the crowd that walk on by. We should be more like the person that steps up and helps their neighbour.
Yeah, but I agree. However, I guess the older I get, the more I can sense that strength isn't necessarily displayed, you know, by puffing yourself up and, you know, acting like a maniac. You know, I think strength a lot of times is actually reserved, and people can sense that it's actually the person who lashes out is probably the weaker person. Now, obviously, in this kind of setting, there's the dynamic of who knows more about a particular topic that comes into play too, which can embarrass you if you're on the wrong side of that. But in general, though, I think people watching, I think there's a sensation that, and there's, you know, no matter what side you're on, you have a tendency to root for the person who is in more in control of themselves, you know, and has a handle on who they are, and is not likely to lash out. So I don't know. It's kind of funny because it can go both ways, and I think some people are good at, you know, like Rand. I don't know. You probably know Rand, but he's good at putting up the dukes, and you know, and Brett too. You know, he doesn't let anybody steamroll over him. But so different people have different tactics, and but I think in general, I think there's something about discipline that is admirable.
Yeah, granted. But I'll switch it up. I'll put many different hats on to achieve an agenda. But what I was going to say to you, the takeout, I hope you take away from today's session is this: when you run into, you know, like an atheist, so you've got opposing views, I think it's not about arguing the large. I don't, you know, because I've spent bloody lots of time arguing the large. I don't think that that's effective. I think what's effective is argue a point, and the smaller the point, the better, if you can. And what you're looking for in that discussion is the person, or that you're debating against. Well, sorry, argue what you hold to be true. Bang, that's fundamental. You know, you gotta be sure it's something that you hold to be true. And for theists, I'd suggest that you think about your spiritual experience rather than the book. Something that you know is absolutely real and you're absolutely sure of. Have a discussion on that topic, and then with your opponent, because you now hold the truth and you know it's true, with your opposing person, they'll make a comment. Because you hold the truth, you'll spot the issue, either it be generalization or a wrong specific, and hold them to task. That'll trigger off the event. Now, at that point, then you have to
take them off. That generally will take people off.
Yeah, exactly. But see, we do no service to our fellow man if we let them live a lie.
I agree.
Absolutely. Now, so you have a decision to make, right? And you'll get better and better at reading the play, right? The decision will be, will I spend a little bit more time with this person, right, and engage, or is it useless, right? And then, bang, gone. End of story. And that's it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you only have that situation when you've got people that are not being reasonable people. Right?
So
If you've got
how long have you been on here? Have you been on here months or over a year?
Yeah, over a year it started. I came on to promote my book. I thought I'd use this forum to try and get some circulation and that, and unfortunately I came across the troll phenomena, and I was their sport. but now I'm wiser, so look out.
Yeah. So do you debate many Christians?
I haven't started that yet, and I always try to be respectful because, you know, this is my perspective. I hold the truth, right? So I know that it will ultimately end in cognitive dissonance. So I have to be respectful of that. And if I, you know, I just sum up the person. You know, if I feel that it would be harmful to the person, I won't pursue it.
Hmm. So you think it will always end in cognitive dissonance?
Always has to, you know, because there is only one truth. There can only ever be one truth. There can only ever be one truth.
Yeah, but you're assuming that you have the truth.
Yeah, well, think about it this way, right? Now, this is the way I describe time. So time is only the now, right? You can't go back and experience time, and you can't go forward and experience time. You can only experience time in the now. Because that's a finite time slice, it means that only one thing can occur in that particular event. That's just the nature of things. So there can only be one reality, ever. Yeah, that's it. So because I know that, I know that from my study of the history, right? That was a rule I applied to the history. I always said that there would have to only be one possible explanation. There can't be multiple explanations for why a certain thing occurred, and
Sure
it had
it
to
can.
match back. Okay?
Sure it can, because you don't necessarily have all the facts to fill in all the gaps in our knowledge, or all the gaps in our, what I'm trying to say. It's like we don't have all the answers, so we have a tendency to fill in our own answers according to what our biases or agendas are,
Yeah,
or our beliefs.
Wait a minute, Tommy. Very good point. Glad you raised it. Right, and you're right. And this is where we get faulty thinking in the brain, right? We make up assumptions about reality, and if there's a disconnect, well, then we've got an ego problem. So very good point. But regardless of that, what occurs in the brain, the reality that exists is still singular. It's the errors occurred in the thinking.
Yes, but but because a lot of times, like Jesus, for example, we don't know all the answers to exactly how all that went down. So,
Great.
But there were other events involved, but we just don't know what they were.
What I did, Tommy, is I looked at the large picture, right? I looked at the large picture, right? And the more you look at that large picture, the clearer things become about what. So you're right about but I think I've seen enough, and I'm pretty confident that I've got it right.
Yeah.
That's just
I like to think I'm a holist, too. I like to look at the whole picture. I'm anti-reductionist, and that's one thing that bothers me about today's science is they have a tendency to look at everything under the microscope and assume, or they rule out the context a lot of times, and that can give you a distorted view. if you're looking really close at a tree, you're not going to know what the whole forest looks like because of your vantage point. So, I look at other things too as a Christian. It's like, okay, well, the church started spreading and started spreading in Turkey and Rome and outward from there pretty quickly. And, that has to have an explanation other than just because, and people around at the time, you can go back and look at the disciples of the disciples and see the things they said and wrote. There's a variety of different avenues, you can go back and look at. And ultimately for the Christian, it seems to be a personal experience or relationship that is echoed, in the Bible, and we can validate, with our own personal experience with prayer. And
exactly. That's an important point, that validation with personal experience. So if you have a conversation around the validated personal experience, you'll find that you'll be able to have that communication with any human on the planet. When you bring in the baggage of labels and blah, 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 then people reflect and rely on assumptions they've made about that particular, about that particular topic. But the thing that you cannot deny are real, honest experience. And that's the common ground.
Yeah, and that's why, churches are so popular, or were becoming less and less so. But, people get together, and just like on here, Christians like to share their own experiences and lift each other up, and, basically just share, what they've gone through and what they're, what they're feeling, their beliefs, their lives, and all that. So anyway, I got my wife texting me, and I've evidently got to go in there and spend some time with her.
Yeah.
So I've been on here a while. So anyway, good to talk to you again, Rob, and thanks for the chat.
Thank you, dude. Keep good.
Okay, we'll see you. See you later. Okay, see you, Benny.
Bye. We lost the dude on the left. I don't know what his story was, but pardon me. Hawkeye, you got something you want to talk about, or?
I was invited here by Benny, and I figured it would be rude not to accept the invitation, so I did. I'm still not 100% sure why I was invited here, but the invitation was given on a comment on one of my videos posted of a Google Hangout. I am a member of a website called gunchannels.com. It's where a lot of people like to get together and chat. It's basically kind of like the parking lot of a store. At least that's the kind of hangout that I do. You can go into the store and talk about the content of what the store sells, but while you're in the parking lot, you can talk about whatever you want, including the content of that store. So that's the kind of hangout that I try to host, kind of a general lobby for anybody to join and talk about stuff they have going on. I think in today's we went from everything from the season premiere of The Walking Dead to multiple different kinds of politics. Basically whatever comes up.
Anything you want to talk about while you're here, or?
Benny has been asking me some questions. He made it seem as though there would be more questions for me, and if there are questions, I'll answer them.
Okay, all right, okay. Benny, have you got a question for Hawkeye? Rob has the questions. What about? About no. Guns in Australia. Yeah, okay.
I don't know any guns in Australia. I haven't met any.
Yeah, I don't have anything. So over here, there's very little of home ownership, or like guns in the. Sorry, mate. Benny's just said Rob wants to shoot a troll. Don't say that, Benny. Someone will shoot him and they'll blame me. Yeah. Yeah, no, in Australia we don't really have a lot of home owned or guns owned in the home. Is it pretty heavy in the States?
They say yes and no. Current estimates, or I like to call them guesstimates, or scientific wild-ass guesses, whatever you want to call them, say that there are, and this is proven, that there are more and more firearms in the United States, more and more every year, and that crime is going down and down and down. Some people say that that fewer people are buying more guns, is going towards a kind of like a polarizing collection. Like the collectors are buying more and more guns, but fewer people are getting them. But I have seen, I know this might be anecdote and not evidence, but I have seen more and more women getting into the shooting sports and getting into firearms as self-protection. I've even sold several firearms to women. I have previously worked at a sporting goods store that also sold firearms, and I sold several to women while I was working there. So is it possible that nobody really knows because people who get asked about guns typically hang up? That would be great. Nobody really knows.
Yeah, one second here. Did you say The Walking Dead premiered yesterday?
Yes, last night.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up on that. I wasn't aware they finally came back.
Yes, and it is much better than Fear the Walking Dead. Oh, Fear the Walking Dead was terrible.
Well, don't do what I do. What I do is I always feed people disinformation to piss them off. Like for the first 2 seasons, I was like, Herschel dies. Like every week I was saying that, and then he finally died, and I couldn't say it anymore.
Well, do you know why Herschel quit drinking?
Do I know why?
Because he got cut off.
What do you mean he got cut off? What do you mean?
He got his head chopped off.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Yeah.
Have you seen Firefly or the movie Serenity?
No, we're kind of going on a tangent there. I didn't mean to take it that direction. But,
okay, sorry.
What were you asking, Rob? Sorry.
I think everybody assumes that Rob has questions for me, but then Rob's like, "No, ask your mother."
Rob already asked my mother. My mother was here earlier, so Rob actually asked her a couple questions.
I think I was here for that. I might have run to the restroom while that was happening, but Benny invited me here, and I'm here.
Benny does that. Girls with guns. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, I remember that, Benny. I was right on tune to that. I was curious about that. So you're saying, mate, that the girls are sporting more guns or buying more guns?
Yes, and I have been for a few months now. I have been a volunteer with a female-oriented organization. I've been a ghostwriter because, well, I don't know why. I guess I had a talent for it for at least 5 minutes. I was a ghostwriter for their website. I'm not going to name the organization because I don't want to bring anybody.
We're live.
Yes, we are live. I'm not going to name any organizations like that. I'm not even going to promote my own business. I'm not going to name it at all. But I was a ghostwriter for them, and I've seen more and more people joining that group consistently, people who were saying that they were new to firearms, that they were glad to learn. And I wonder if this current surge in females owning firearms has anything to do with the lack of having husbands to buy the firearms for them. So women are having to go out there and do it themselves, whereas previously the husbands might have been the ones to do that. But now we've had more and more, I guess, divorce rates and more single-parent households that mostly emphasize with the woman being the one around, that the women have to go out there and do it themselves.
Yeah, Rob, what do you think of that?
So is the threat of, so I assume it's because of break-ins and the threat of gangs perhaps or whatever.
Maybe a perceived threat. People.
Yeah, I was going to say, is the perception meets the reality? I wonder.
Well, the crime has never been lower in the United States, not since our spike in the mid-90s. Crime has been steadily declining, even though gun ownership has been rising. So that at least pokes a hole in correlation and causation with the number of firearms and the amount of violent crime. But the things that make the public news channels are always horrible incidents of crime, because if it bleeds, it leads. So these organizations that are posting these terrible incidents, and in my mind sometimes even promoting them, but that can be a topic for later, They may have something to do with that, or, and this could be something else here. People are being told that guns are bad, and they don't believe it. They would rather find out themselves.
Mm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't have much to say on gun debates and all that because I like talking. You know, I mean, over here in Australia, we had that shooting down in Tasmania, and that sort of got the country to really strip guns out of society. And I mean, for me, I'd think that'd be the preferred condition, but you've got a problem in in crime and all the rest of it. But what we've been talking about today sort of solves that, but it's not the reality, right? So the reality is that 98% of people still got ego issues, and still got ego issues. So unless you can, so there's the thing that you want to focus on. You know, if you can actually influence people to change their ways, and I think there's ways to do that. If you could do that, then everything follows. So always get to the root of the problem, and the root of the problem with humans is these bloody false ideas that we get in our head about reality.
Well, there's the generally held connection between violent crime and poverty. And a lot of people don't like to make this connection, but there's also a link. It may be tenuous, it may be gone tomorrow because that's how information works, between poverty and the single-parent household.
So sorry, say that again. The links are
the links as they stand now. Again, you can prove or disprove anything with a study if you know what you're looking for. You can cherry pick anything, but the links are, at least for now, the number one indicator for violent crime is poverty, and the number one indicator for poverty is the single-parent household.
So basically, you can join them together and say that the number one link for violent crime is the single household.
You could say that. You could say that. I'm probably not going to say that because I'm far from an expert in the field. I did not even stay at what was the television advertisement? No, I'm not a doctor, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night. I didn't even do that. But I'm not going to try to make these links. All I can do is try to tell people. I basically boiled it down to a single compound sentence: don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. And that's what drew me to the libertarian movement.
Yeah, well, fundamentally, what that is you've got people being selfish. That's the bottom line, and that's feeding the bad wolf, or it's all driven from this self-survival instinct. So we know, well, I know, Benny knows, we know exactly what the cause is and what the cause is, but the trick is to find the solution. How do you stop people from? And the answer to stop people from, accepting wrong ideas into their mind. That's the big issue. So you'd have to say education would be what you'd do. So you'd educate kids about, these things called ego, and that would help society quite a bit. But when you've got an impoverished situation, no, that may not be true, because there's plenty of evidence that poor people actually are better people.
Is there a difference between poor because you invest everything in your future and impoverished because you don't have anything to invest in your future?
Just living a life without having... so because you're poor, you don't focus on wealth. You're just trying to basically survive. I'm not sure of the mechanics. I haven't really thought it through, but
And that's another thing that a lot of people don't like to do. They don't like to sit down and think about it because it's a difficult topic. And they would much rather kick up their feet, turn on The Biggest Loser, and bury their face in their smartphones and not worry about, you know what I'm talking about, and not worry about this stuff going on, because the world is both wonderful and terrible at the same time. And they have their own little corner of it, and that's enough for them.
Yeah. And that's a problem too. You know, you could call it apathy, and you see that actually online here in the Google Hangouts communities. You'll see everyone playing the troll games, and they'll circle around, and there'll be a group mob event, and they'll be picking on some individual. You see that sort of form, the schoolyard bully form, and yeah, those behaviours. Oh, the old brain box is gone. I've just forgotten. That happens.
But if you would like to talk about guns, I absolutely can. I have an opinion on most firearms used by militaries from the United States military and some other Axis militaries from World War I up into the 80s, and then I start getting my opinions around general civilian use firearms. I have an opinion on those. If you want to talk about gun politics, we can talk about gun politics. If you want to talk about me, I can talk about me. I'm still not 100,000% sure what Benny had in mind. Maybe he had something specific. Maybe he just thought that I'm well spoken. I don't know.
Benny said we cover all topics. Well, no, not quite, Benny. Well, tell us a bit about yourself, or what do you want to talk about yourself?
Okay, now that I'm on the spot, I guess the only thing worth saying is that I have a very squeaky chair.
Dear. Yeah. So are you sort of happy in life? Have a good life?
I am content with where I am now and making investments to better my future.
Good man. So you're getting things organised?
I surely hope so. I also get to help take care of some family members, and that makes me feel as though I am contributing to the well-being of other people, even if it's just my family.
Yeah, well, that's right. That always. So the way I sort of describe, I'm still trying to find a definitive way of describing these things. But so I talk about these two survival instincts, and the one you're talking about is, you know, about the family and about the herd, looking after the family, looking after others, to love thy neighbour facet. When you actually decide to do those things, then there's a whole loop of positive feedbacks that comes from that decision that should reinforce it and build upon it. So it's a good thing.
And if my family didn't like me, they would never get me firearms or ammo as gifts for Christmas.
Yeah, I can't relate to that because we just don't have the guns. They're just not part of our life at all. But in America, you kind of there's an interesting perspective. Well, I hear it from the gun, the people that want guns, and that is that if their government ever fails or there's an issue, then the general population can stand ready with their own defense, and that's the fundamental principle, isn't it?
That is the wording of the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. I'm of the thought process that if the government fails, and it's more of a when the government fails, because all eventually do, you're better off investing in medicine first, then food and replenishable food storage, than firearms. You should have those are important things. Those are things that will kill you quicker than other people, except for when you have these resources, other people are going to want them, and you have to have an ability or some mechanism in place to keep them from getting them, either total seclusion or your own defense. I like to think that I am a burgeoning prepper. Do you guys have those over there? People who prepare for disasters?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Not well. I guess they exist, but they're not publicised. You just don't hear about. So if it's going on, no one knows. There's no press about it, no TV. So
Have you seen the American film Tremors, released in January of 1990?
no.
In the film, a certain sort of worm. It's a horror, but also kind of a bit of a comedy. It stars Kevin Bacon in it from one of his earlier roles. A certain type of worm is terrorizing a small town in the middle of a desert, and there are a couple of survivalists that have their own compound kind of thing, and they play heavily into the film because they use their skills to kill these worms. But when the man must abandon his compound, the first words out of his mouth are, "I had 5 years of food stored." And that's what he misses more than any of his firearms. He had a wall of quite interesting firearms, in my opinion, including an elephant gun that he managed to take with him. But the thing that he mourned more than anything else was the 5 years of food storage. And that's what I like to tell people when they start talking about surviving in the wake of a government collapse. When the dollar is gone, you won't be able to buy your own food. You better have it or be able to produce it yourself.
Yeah, well, there isn't going to be a collapse because our government can just invent money, and the 2008 recession kind of showed that. There's not going to be a collapse ever again.
Yes, we can invent money just like we can invent enemies in the Middle East, or weapons of mass destruction at least.
Exactly. I mean, I'm serious. Like, we can make money like it's monopoly money. So, it's not. It'll never crash. We're gonna have like recessions or whatever, but all-out apocalypse where money means it's not gonna happen, dude. Like, because they're so good at manipulating the economies that they can print monopoly money basically. I mean, it's never gonna totally be one of these deals where like we have to use gold. Those invent money like monopoly money.
One reason a lot of people are taking the wave of zombies in media so well is because if you are, I'm using air quotes here, prepared for a zombie apocalypse, you are also prepared for many natural disasters. In fact, the Centers for Disease Control put out a guideline for preparing for the zombie apocalypse that also works very well in floods, earthquakes, even some droughts. And that's a great mindset, being able to do that. Oh, we have a new person possibly from the Matrix.
Neo, welcome. How are you, Neo?
I am from the Matrix.
That text is wicked fast, though.
I know, it's awesome. You really have to have an awesome computer to see it.
Tremors 5 just came out, by the way. It's a pretty damn good movie.
Good. I'm hoping to catch up on it. My girlfriend and I like to watch movies together over Skype, and we just watched Tremors together, so we're hoping to go through the whole series. Maybe not the television show. I heard it wasn't as great, but are they ever when they're based off movies?
Yeah, Tremors 5 actually has the original Bert in it as well, so.
Oh, wow. He's got to be like elderly and a half by now.
Yep, but he still kicks ass in it.
Well, all right. Glad to hear that. Take your time, Rob. I'm also going to be right back.
Hey, Rob. Benny does a really good job of hosting Hangouts, by the way.
Robert.
Robert Lane.
Robert. Measley? Oh. He must be off in his spiritual wonderland.
Chatty lot. What's going on? Hello, anybody there?
Hey Rob, do people trick or treat on Halloween in Melbourne?
Oh, not really. No. Oh, there'd be pockets of it, I guess.
Yeah, I asked you about that before because I think Vlad's gonna try to pull something again on you for Halloween. Like that would not surprise me.
Oh, okay. Well, Vlad'll do what Vlad'll do.
You definitely try to prepare for that.
How? I'm not worried, mate. I just don't care.
Well, maybe
that battle's been won well and truly. Nothing you can do about it.
I'd call the coppers, Rob.
Oh yeah, well get the I must go down and get that bloody number plate.
Yeah. Plus, you know his first name, and you know the car he drives. So I'm sure he has a criminal record already, anyway. So I'm sure they can find out who it is.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
Justice has been served. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, that's good because he has justice coming to him.
Oh yeah. Well, it's simple, right? You know, your mind is such that you never forget anything. It's locked in. He's got the false state and he's got the true state because that's what happens when you stand up to a bully. You're presenting always the other side. And so he's got all that information on board. He can't get out of it. And the more, hello Neo, the more that you haven't got your little running trolling thing now. The more lies that you do, right? It's like putting in a bag of tricks. Sorry, a bag of lies. So he's got a bucket load.
Are you talking about me or somebody else?
No, not you, Neo.
Okay.
I'm worried about you being self-conscious.
I'm always don't ever take me seriously. I'm always joking.
Oh, all right. I promise I won't.
Hey, folks, I'll be back in about an hour. I'm gonna watch The Walking Dead.
No. Go walk the dead. How's that like? You put a leash on them? You walk them around?
Drag them around.
Whose room is this?
Benny's and Rob's.
Damn it, Benny. I got him. So what the hell is your problem, Rob? I'm just messing with you.
No, that's all right, mate. I have no problems. I'm the enlightened one, and so is Benny. The problems with everything else.
Are you higher than everybody else on the food chain or something like that?
No.
Okay.
No. That's not enlightenment. What enlightenment means is that we've dealt with all...
Are you smarter than everybody else?
No, I don't mean that at all. We have walked the walk and, you know, we are the wise.
That's my most hated word. It's we. I hate we.
Yeah, oh.
I need to buy Cleo. Cleo buy Cleo. Oh, never mind.
No, I was just going to say, what we've done is we've sort of worked out the ego and what that actually is, and we've done what Jesus said. We've walked the disturbance and dealt with it, and now, what do you say? When they are disturbed, they will marvel. So we marvelled at how the whole human race is equally special.
All right, Ray Comfort.
That's true, and we'll reign over all. So now Benny and I rule. We rule, but we're not in it for the money. We're just trying to help people.
How do you say all these Christian-like things, but not say that I could label you as a Christian?
Sorry, say that again.
How do you say these things, these Christian-like things that you would hear coming from a Christian, but not want to be labeled a Christian?
Because I know the full story. I wrote a book about it.
Yeah, but it's basically the same thing that you're saying. It's just Christians would agree with almost, a lot of what you say, until you say, well, then Jesus and God don't have a hand in any of this, or,
No. The God's within. This is what Jesus said, right? Or at least my Jesus. If your leaders say to you, look, the Father's kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it's in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is within you and it's outside you. When you know yourselves, so that's the enlightenment experience, then you will be known.
You're quoting the Bible, though.
And you will understand that you are children of the living Father, but if you do not know yourself, then you live in poverty. So this is people caught with their ego minds, and I've got to tell you, there's a bloody lot of them.
I don't think that's the way. I don't think that's the way it is. Maybe there's some misinterpretation going on here a little bit, but it's not verbatim word for word out of the Bible, as you had suggested, which you said you were saying it's your version of it. So
yeah, it comes from.
I mean, I would agree with the first couple of things, and then after that, it ran into a bunch of somebody's own philosophy. Listen. I understand that Christianity has done some things. People using Christianity to do bad things, but that's not to blame all of Christianity and say, well, anybody who's Christian doesn't understand that it's tainted and all this other stuff. I understand that there's people that control the church, but that doesn't stop one from believing in Jesus Christ without being part of a church. I am the church. The kingdom of God is within me and everybody else on the planet. So, I mean, I don't have to recognize some tainted church or some religious belief. I don't have to believe in religion or churches or anything like that to believe in Jesus Christ. So,
no,
I would like to add one last thing is what William Lane Craig says, and he stole it from somebody else. Well, he quoted it, is I don't believe in Jesus Christ because of the Bible. I believe in the Bible because of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, I'd say it this way. Jesus is the man. Jesus is the man. Now, this is where we get caught up with like you got Muslims, you got Christians, and you got 41,000 denominations of Christians, all this sort of hoo-ha going on. But there's still only one reality. There's only one truth. And in that one truth...
I get what you mean, but that's where the Calvinists and other people, the atheists, this is where they get off on saying, well, one of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that two different people can have two different interpretations of what's going on, but both be right or both be wrong.
No, there's only one truth, I'm afraid, and it's it is very specific.
Well, I'm talking about man's understanding of things is not really the truth. Just because we understand how it works doesn't make it truth.
Oh yeah, I agree with what you're saying there. So what you're talking about there, I hope I'm not getting another bloody troll visit. Just a sec.
But anyway, I'm just going on a diatribe now, but I'm not spreading anything. I'm not. I hate labels. Obviously, Phantom Prophet mentioned that. I do. I hate religion. I hate. Jesus hated religion. Did you know that? He doesn't like false idols and things like that. I don't like when people get all religious about him or Mary or the Pope. Or I could go down the list about things that some Christians or the Westboro Baptist Church. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
there are multiple things that, yes, I understand that people look at Christianity and they say, oh, these things are so horrible. And I get why it's a really hard thing to do. I've lost friends over it. I've made enemies over it. I mean, it's like, but I had to do it. It changed my life forever, and it made it better. It didn't make it worse.
Yeah. Well, the underlying reality, regardless of which way you describe it, is present and in existence, and it is exactly what it is. And well, Jesus uses the term the children of the living Father, and he talks about the kingdom within. To me, that's correct. So in other words, we are the God. You know, it's within us all. Every human, doesn't matter what label you put on it, that's just a label. There's still the underlying reality that label's trying to describe. Now, through history, there's been political interference with the spiritual reality. And that too is a fact. Here's the thing. If we hold our discussions between ourselves to the, because in life, and this is why you affirm the spiritual reality in your experience, right? And it's absolutely true. There's no lying going on. You don't bullshit about that. You read something in the text and then you relate it back and confirm it in your own life. And if you can do that and it, has positive outcomes, then, you're talking the right stuff. And a Muslim would have the same experience, and because it's the same conditions they have going on in them as you do, male or female, all that sort of stuff. So if we changed the conversation and left the labels away and just talked about experiences and life's lessons in experiences, and how we were lost and why we were lost.
I think it was really yeah, when we come to the disagreement and we start like shouting at each other and saying, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong. That's probably the worst. Yeah. The thing that ends a conversation more quickly than anything is saying, no, you're wrong.
Correct.
So.
Correct. Particularly when you hold the idea as a truth in mind, because what you've done now is created the cognitive dissonance, and then the moods go up, and then a little bit of anger and petty fighting and all the rest of it.
I think John Lennox said it best. I would say it's highly improbable, but not impossible.
What?
Anything.
Oh, okay.
Anything could be highly improbable, but not impossible.
Yeah, well, where I'm trying to go with this, I'm just trying to suggest that if we had conversations and we just left all the baggage and labels, and we just spoke about, the real life, truthful experiences, when we were bad and when we were good and all the rest of that, and the positive change, right. Then we could have conversations. Wouldn't matter whether you're an atheist, wouldn't matter whether you're a Muslim, wouldn't matter whether you're a Christian, and I guarantee to you that there would be affirmation of that experience coming from both sides, because at the end of the day, we're still all humans, the same humans, basically. So,
it's hard to see other people on the other side of the screen through all these fiber optic millions of wires and freaking satellite connections that connect us all together. But what I'm saying is,
if
people
you know
forget.
Yourself, now I was just going to say, if you know yourself authentically, it's very easy to know other people, even in these mediums.
Oh, of course, but I wouldn't want to assume that somebody is a certain way because, that would make an ass out of you and me.
Just do it. What, Benny? Are you saying?
I can't. Okay, somebody could do some very unchristian-like things, But if they tell me that they're a Christian, all I can do is take their word for it.
Ah, okay.
Until they
No,
start murdering people and running around in Satan uniforms and whatever. But then,
no, Neo, if I came across someone that perhaps followed the Gospel of Thomas or this Jesus, if I came across someone like that and then they said they were a follower of this Jesus and I saw them misspeak, I would pull them up immediately.
well, that's why I disagree with your theology, but I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that it's an extra biblical book that I couldn't believe in.
Oh, yeah, I understand your position. But just on the principle, I wouldn't walk away from something that I held to be in error. And the reason I do that is not to hurt them or have an argument with them. It's to actually, show them the right way.
So let's I wanted to ask you about the Gnostic Bibles. I got to take a break real quick, but I'll be right back. But when I get back, we'll talk about why are the Gnostic Bibles, do you think, are accepted?
Uh-huh.
All right, so it appears that Neo is on his break. While you guys were having your discussion, I asked Benny if he wanted me to read the questions that he asked me pertaining to firearms and then read them out to the class. Do you think that's something you'd be interested in?
Go ahead, mate. Yeah.
Okay, he asked me. He asked me if I own guns, and I said yes. He asked me why, and really, the best response that I have for that is why not? I can think of multiple reasons to own firearms. The most simple being because I want to, and the most complex being because I want to. That's really the only real reason that I can think of. But there's only one reason not to own firearms, and that's because you don't want to. And if your answer is because I can't, then I am suddenly sympathetic for you. What else? He mentioned, I'm assuming Benny is a male. I heard a male voice on his side earlier.
No, I think he's a girl.
Okay. That's okay, however he identifies. He can identify as an attack helicopter for all I care. A male ball. Okay. And he asked, what if I'm emotional and depressed one day, and then he gave a statement, you will use them. And I responded, I've already been emotional and depressed. And what I did was I went and asked my brother for a hug. A gun doesn't solve the problem of I don't feel good. A gun solves the problem of I really want or even need to poke a hole in that thing from far away.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of... Yeah, so Benny's saying, then why did Kurt Cobain kill himself?
Did Kurt Cobain kill himself? He used a shotgun and shot himself in the back. I don't know of any human being with arms that long. There's still a conspiracy about whether or not Kurt Cobain actually killed himself.
That was a lot of gunshots. Yeah, they progressed and got faster.
How'd you go? Did you avoid it? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, mate. From my perspective, I just don't think I'd ever take a gun. I'd never use a gun.
Have you ever imagined doing something sport-related in your mind and then doing it perfectly in real life?
That's interesting. Okay, well, no, I didn't imagine in mind, but I did something once which was perfect. And it's so when I was probably about 20 years ago, I did Aikido, the martial art, and the aim of Aikido is to get total mind, body, spirit coordination, or mind, body, spirit all happening at once. and I was doing this sword practice with a partner, and just at one moment, only one moment, it was quite a weird experience. Everything went in slow motion, and that would be probably perfect Aikido. But I didn't think about it. Like, I didn't imagine having that event. It was just a normal practice day, but I think I was just concentrating a bit more, maybe.
Okay. I like to liken it to that one perfect golf shot in the round. Like, your entire round of golf is terrible, and then finally on the 18th hole, you chip in for par, and that's the one thing that makes you keep coming back. Well, I have done that with firearms. I have said, hey, you see that soda bottle there? I'm going to aim for the cap, and I'm going to try to take the cap off. And then I engaged my gross motor controls with my arms and my shoulders and even my back and legs for standing correctly. I engaged my fine motor controls with my hands. I engaged my visual acuity and even my breath control. And I made the shot exactly as I imagined it, took the cap off the soda bottle, and that was a good feeling. And that's why there is such a thing as the shooting sports. Everything from slow fire bullseye competition up to running and shooting up to 3 different firearms in a stage is called 3-gun. That's very athletic. That's something I would like to do because I am not an athletic person, and I believe that I want to lower my risk of diabetes by being more athletic. And that's something that I would like to get into. But these things, there's a wide variety of shooting sports, and that is a reason to own firearms all by itself. And that can be because you want to participate in these things.
Mm.
And the fun thing is, it's so accessible because everybody wants you to get into it. Everyone who's already there wants you to not only get there, but also succeed. Even if you're competing against them, it's one of the best sportsmanship, one of the highest levels of sportsmanship that you will ever see in sports. I wonder if that's because everybody is armed and they want to be polite.
Mm. Yeah, sorry, just that, what's the last thing you said, dude?
I said that you'll find some of the best sportsmanship in sports at shooting competitions. I wonder if that's because everyone is armed, so there's a better effort to be polite.
Yeah, okay, so what you're saying is it's because of the nature of the sport and the fact that it could lead to lethal outcomes, your heightened your attention to the actual sport is really, at an optimal level.
Well, your attention to safety and stuff like that during the sport, absolutely. You will get told to leave and go home if you point your firearm in the wrong direction, such as at the crowd or even at the range officer that follows you around throughout the stage. But that last part about everybody being polite because everyone was armed was a play on the phrase, an armed society is a polite society. I believe that's a Robert Heinlein quote. I'm going to engage my Google muscles here and find out for sure before I quote myself on that. An armed society is a polite society. Ah, yes, manners are good when one may have to back up his acts with his life. That is Robert A. Heinlein.
Okay, well, no, well, no. That's a way of thinking based on observations of the current reality, right? And the current reality being, and I mean in that context, yes, probably so. Current reality is 98% of folks are, caught up in their ego, so it makes for a difficult society with all manner of problems, and we can see that it's all there. But if you could bring people to the enlightenment state, that statement he made, it would be false. And so, yeah, and I guess you'd say that's not possible. Well, I'm working on it. I'm working on seeing if it's possible.
I would love, and I believe I speak for almost all gun owners when I say, regardless of their purpose for owning firearms, I believe I speak for all of them when I say I would love a world in which all conflicts could be solved through communication and zero conflicts have any violent outcomes.
Yeah.
However,
Well,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's probably true for most folks. Most folks would prefer that we didn't have So what happened? What happened there, Benny? Yeah, but he said no homo. What's that all about?
I believe that might be in reference to Phantom Prophet saying no hugging, now hugging below the waist, or no hugging below the waist might have been what he meant. But I suppose that's an expression. That is an expression generally used by people who express affection almost always from one male to another male, letting you know that you are expressing affection without coming on to you.
Funny.
Anyway, Benny said something. He said, "Wish I had guns," and then I asked him if you wish that based on my description of shooting sports, and he said yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, the whole concept of a gun, right? You can't deny that it's you know, there's a buzz out of shooting a gun. Can't deny it. But I mean, you know, so if if we could achieve that peaceful society, which, you know, you could still probably have guns, I think, just as a means of entertainment, I suspect. But I just wonder whether you'd want to, from the enlightened position. I mean, me personally, I just probably wouldn't bother. You know, I'd prefer to do something else.
And the position that almost everyone who would like to have firearms would take is that I respect your choice. All I ask is for respect for my opposite choice, not just from you, but from the powers that be.
Yeah. But that's what I said. I mean, I see no reason why, if people wanted to do that, I can't see, you know, assuming that you got a peaceful society, right? And some of the members of that society want to take up shooting as a hobby, I don't see any problems with that. I don't see it as a problem.
The only downside to it really is that it is an expensive hobby. It's kind of like motorcycles. Once you get the bug and you go above, I don't know, 50 miles per hour or 80 kilometers per hour, whatever the conversion is, for the first time, and you feel that thrill, you can't get enough of it. You want to keep buying fuel for the motorcycle or ammo for the handgun, or even rifle or shotgun. Some of these things are, especially for the long range shooting, like out to 1,000 meters and beyond. Some of these people load their own ammunition with their own mixes of powder. Some people have their own, I guess you call them pet mixes of powder, the things that they rely on, kind of like a certain fisherman will always rely on a certain fishing hole. They rely on their pet mixes of powder, and they will do all of this by hand just so that they can accurately hit a target at extreme distances. There was even a video that was recently took a 1 gallon and he hit it from, I think it was 1,500 meters with his rifle, and he had to use hand loads for that. And it was, yes, 1,500 meters. He hit something roughly the size of, I don't know what the conversion from gallons is to liters, because I know our country is the only country in the world that uses gallons instead of liters. Somewhere between, I think it's somewhere between 1 and 2. It's actually 3.8 liters. And he hit something roughly round at that distance. And oh my goodness, he was exhilarated, because not only did he hit it, he did it live on YouTube on the first shot.
Hmm. So did his gun have a sight?
If by sight I assume you mean something that magnified the view, yes. He had a scoped rifle. Yes. And it wasn't any technologically advanced. He used a Remington 700. That's a rifle that's been around since the 1950s. So he wasn't using any whiz-bang gadget or anything like that from 2 months ago that everybody swears by now. No, he didn't use that. He used a tried and true design that has lasted the test of time. And I love getting into the history of some of these firearms. And I know that I sometimes talk people's ears off about it. I did that when I was selling guns. For example, probably the most popular pistol design, not in the world, because the most popular pistol design in the world is the CZ85 from Czechoslovakia, or the CZ75, I misspoke. But the most popular pistol design in the United States came from 1905. It was designed because at the turn of the century, the United States officers in the Army were using a kind of weak, underpowered revolver in the Philippines. And the United States Army did not want that weak, underpowered revolver leading to the deaths of their officers. So they put out a challenge to all of the arms manufacturers in the United States to design and produce a prototype for testing a pistol design that would have at least 7 rounds of a caliber that was larger and more powerful than that weak, underpowered revolver. And a man named John Moses Browning designed something that he did not know that would last the length of time that it has. It was adopted by the United States military in 1911, and that's how it got its name, from the year that it was adopted, 1911. And it's still the test of time. It is relatively simple in design. Even though it is a bit heavy, it still uses steel construction, although a lot of personal handguns use polymer construction to reduce the weight. But still, it is known to be accurate, it is known to be reliable, and there are about anywhere from 20 to 30 different companies producing them. Kind of like Android phones. You can get Android phones from a bunch of different people, or a bunch of different companies. And they come from everything from the most rudimentary sites to the most awesome, well, they think it's the most awesome thing that comes with some electronics on them even.
Yeah.
I did it again. I went on and on about the 1911 again. I keep doing that.
You got into the history of guns because that's something that you're right into. But where was that taking? What was the point of that? Just help me get back on track.
I started from the shooting sports, and I went to the Irishman who hit the target at 1,500 meters using an older design.
Yeah, so there's a case, I think, for a sport that is, it's just like golf, really. Sport around guns. I think,
some people say that a golf course is just a shooting range that hasn't been built yet.
But then I was thinking about the Second Amendment, and I was thinking about, because I do think about that dilemma. That's the other side. So you've got the gun control debate, which says guns are the problem, get rid of them. And on the other side, you've got the debate that says, no, it's a Second Amendment, hang on to the guns, because, in the ultimate event, at least the citizens can defend themselves if they need to. And, there is a case for that because the nature of our world is such. So again, you can't afford to ignore reality. So if you're going to, and this is what pisses me off about the whole debate, the gun control debate. You have to first. So if you want to take guns out of a society, then you have to fix the society first. The problem, the reason that the stuff's there, or the threat from of tyranny. So you should be dealing with those questions first before you look at the secondary questions of whether guns in place, because that way at least you're going to fix the problem at its root. So so what I'm saying is that
well, there's also personal defense, and I kind of keep this separate from the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is nice and all, but I really wish there had been something written about of course, this is me having my own letting the perfect be the enemy of the good thing, but I really wish there was something written about the inalienable right of defense of property, because you are not your body, you are your soul. At least that's my thought process. You own your body, and you have the right to defend your body because you own your body. You also must own your actions, and that is how we get responsibility and things like that.
Correct. I agree with that last statement, and I agree with the preceding ones. The ultimate reality is that we're all born equal, and therefore, whoops, we lost the Benster. Damn, it's 6 a.m. I've got to go, Hawkeye. Hope to see you more. Rod, take care. Tom, I'll see you later. Good night. Nice hanging out. So Benny must have to go to work. He might be at risk of being late. Good on you, Phantom. Yeah. So well, what I was going to say, so yeah, I'd agree with what you're saying, those two principles, because, ultimately we're all equal, and that should be the ultimate rule. And the second thing is, spiritually, it is definitively about choice and response and accountability for actions. So I agree with you 100% on those points.
I am somewhat upset, though, that I grew up watching the Jetsons cartoon series, and I saw these technological advancements that we were going to have by the early 2000s that never came to light, and we still must rely on firearms as being the most effective means of force multiplication, and that's the goal there of multiplying the force that your body can exert, not only in your personal space but outside of your personal space, so that a 90-pound female can be equal to or greater than a 300-pound male. And I severely dislike that guns are the most effective way, because guns are still very, very imperfect. It is very easy to miss with a firearm. You must train constantly, and yes, your skills with a firearm degrade. You must keep yourself sharp in order to responsibly and assuredly and effectively use your firearm. I don't like that. I wish it was something that did not degrade and that was perfect, in that there was no chance of missing, there was no chance of accidentally hurting someone. And a lot of people don't know this, but when a bullet hits a person, it doesn't stop. Most of the time, the bullet keeps on going and exits out. And one of the reasons for hollow point ammunition is that it mitigates that by expanding in size and thus expanding in resistance inside the human body, and lowering the amount of penetration to keep from penetrating all the way through and endangering anyone behind.
Yeah. The other thing, the other comment I wanted to make was, the reality of history, if we look right through history, is that you have empires that cause wars. So that potential still remains across the thing. So, we've had the First World War, the Second, and now the third is a looming potential. So that's another case that says, no, let us keep guns in place. It's just another form of protection against the realistic threats that exist. Hey, dude, I'll be back in a second.
Go ahead, take your time.
That's all right. If you need to leave, I'm not insulted, so no problem.
No, I do not need to leave. I'm enjoying this conversation, and I'm surprised I hadn't. Actually, I'm not really surprised I hadn't heard about this Hangout before, because I'm relatively new to Hangouts.